Chapter 761. Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda was obviously much faster than cultivating in a room. Yi Xing had obtained the qualification to cultivate in the cultivation tower in the 3rd level, so he was in a very good mood. There were close to 2,000 disciples in the 10th peak, but only a little more than 100 could enter the cultivation tower, which was less than 10%. The disciples in the 3rd level were all very happy, while the rest of the disciples were only envious. After reading the list, Mo Qingyang continued, "Among the 10 peaks there is a enlightenment peak. There, you can comprehend martial arts and the power of heaven and earth with half the effort. Every peak's disciple has a chance to comprehend the Tao there. According to the sect rules, the cultivation methods and martial arts in the martial pavilion, as well as cultivating in the cultivation pagoda and comprehending the Tao at Enlightenment Peak, all require sect contribution points to exchange for them. However, for new disciples in their first year, they will be available to you for free. I hope you will manage your time appropriately and use the resources reasonably." Enlightenment Peak? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. In the outer sect of the Dark Star Godly Palace, Yi Xing was looking forward to the Enlightenment Peak the most. His one with arrow had already reached the 3rd level, and the next step was to comprehend the arrow intent. However, comprehending any kind of martial intent was extremely difficult. Even though Yi Xing's perception was extremely high, it was still extremely difficult. However, if he were to comprehend it in the Enlightenment Peak, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year. "I'll go to the Enlightenment Peak first. After comprehending the arrow intent, I'll go to the cultivation tower." Yi Xing instantly made a decision. The contribution points required to enter the Enlightenment Peak were much higher than the cultivation tower. Moreover, Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year in the Enlightenment Peak. However, in the cultivation tower, even at the highest level, Yi Xing wasn't confident that he could break through the Star Sea realm and become a King Realm warrior within a year. After weighing the two options, Yi Xing naturally had to do what he was confident of. As long as he could comprehend the arrow intent, his strength would increase greatly. However, no matter how hard he tried to consolidate his cultivation base at the 9th level of the astral reaching realm, it would be hard for him to make any progress without breaking through to the King Realm. 1 year after a new disciple entered the sect, each peak would hold a competition, and this competition would determine whether or not Yi Xing could return to the Star Continent. To him, increasing his strength was extremely important. Mo Qingyang continued, "Your seniors have all entered the Dark Star Divine Palace before. I'm sure they've already told you about the new disciples after they join the sect. Every peak will have a competition once a year after the new disciples join the sect. The top 10 will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Bao Continent. As long as you explore the Heavenly Bao Continent, you'll be rewarded with contribution points regardless of what you gain." Yi Xing took a deep breath. The Heavenly Bao Continent was the key to his return to the Star Mainland. 2,000 years ago, Zhuangyuan was also an outer court disciple of the Dark Star God Palace. However, he was a martial artist from the Dark Star Mainland, a disciple of the 7th peak. Although he was only a 2-star King Realm martial artist, he had the battle prowess of a 4-star King Realm martial artist. In the competition held a year after the new disciples had joined the Dark Star Mainland, he had entered the top 10 of the 7th peak and entered the Heavenly Bao Mainland to explore. In the end, Zhuangyuan fell into a space crack in the Heavenly Bao Mainland and accidentally arrived at the Star Mainland. In the notes that Zhuangyuan left behind in the Dark Star sect, it recorded the process of him arriving at the Star Mainland in detail. As long as Yi Xing arrived at the Heavenly Bao Mainland, he would be able to follow the route that Zhuangyuan had taken and head to the Star Mainland. Mo Qingyang said, "The Heavenly Bao Mainland is the burial ground of Luo Tiangong, a true god expert from 20,000 years ago. Luo Tiangong was a rogue martial artist who specialized in archery. When he was alive, he was extremely powerful. He was the king of rogue martial artists in the flowing light boundary. After the heavenly Bao true god passed away, he buried himself in an extraterritorial starland and laid down layers of formations. Martial artists who were beginner king realm martial artists and above couldn't enter. Even a true god was no exception. If a true god attacked forcefully, the formations would collapse, and the entire heavenly Bao mainland would be destroyed. Therefore, in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the heavenly Bao true god, only beginner king realm martial artists could enter the heavenly Bao mainland to explore. You can imagine the treasures in the burial ground of a true god expert. Supreme-grade dark weapons are all trash in there. If you have the opportunity, it won't be difficult to find a divine weapon. Gasps could be heard from below. The hearts of the disciples started to beat faster, and their breaths became heavier. Divine weapon to a king realm martial artist, a divine weapon was a priceless treasure. Although a king realm martial artist couldn't wield the power of a divine weapon, he would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of contribution points if he handed the divine weapon to the Dark Star Temple. When the time came, they would be able to compete for treasures that were suitable for them. Naturally, they would be able to exchange for whatever they wanted. Even though Yi Xing had a strong mental state, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. A true god expert who cultivated archery would definitely have an inheritance of archery. If he could obtain it, it would naturally be an immeasurable gain for Yi Xing. It would be crucial for his future. Emo Qingyang paused for a moment. Looking at the expectant expressions of the disciples below, he revealed a satisfied expression. He smiled and continued, "Only those who enter the top 10 in the competition 1 year later will be qualified to enter the heavenly Bao mainland. This year, it will depend on your hard work." Top 10? Most of the disciples revealed expressions of despair. It was too difficult to enter the top 10 among nearly 2,000 disciples. Aside from the 8 people in the first tier, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to enter the top 10. Aside from Yi Xing, only the disciples in the second tier were excited. There were only 8 people in the first tier, and there were still 2 spots in the top 10. This was their hope. Furthermore, there was still 1 year before the competition. Although it was difficult to make any progress in the King realm in 1 year, and it was difficult for one's strength to increase significantly, as long as one cultivated diligently, there was still hope for one's strength to increase greatly if one made a breakthrough in one's cultivation or one's comprehension of the martial Tao or the power of the world. Hence, many of the disciples in the second tier were filled with fighting spirit for the competition 1 year later. After Emo Qingyang finished speaking, the 2 quasi-god elders, Wu Mingtong and Zhao Yuan, also spoke, saying some encouraging words for the new disciples. Then, Emo Qingyang ordered the outer sect deacon to set up a stone stele at the edge of the plaza and engrave the names of the cultivators in the 3 tiers on it. At this point, the peak master's summons ended. The 3 quasi-gods left, and the remaining time was up to the disciples. Some of the disciples returned to their houses, while others could not wait to head to the cultivation pagoda. Most of the disciples gathered around the stone stele at the edge of the plaza, discussing the names of the disciples who had left their names on the stone stele. Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the others returned to their houses. Yi Xing left some instructions for them and left the 10th peak, heading for Enlightenment Peak. Most of the cultivators in the 3 tiers went to the cultivation pagoda to cultivate first. Yi Xing was an exception. Yi Xing had just left the 10th peak when he was stopped by someone. Hee. Lu Fongyun was in front, looking at Yi Xing and laughing. "I'm sorry, but I've been having a memory lapse recently. Coincidentally, I returned to my hometown and could not integrate into the world of books. This is the first time I've been off for such a long time. However, every day there are still brothers voting for me. This makes me feel ashamed. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I will definitely make up for the updates in these few days. Chapter 763. The moment the arrow was shot out, the void shattered and a hole was formed. The flaming snake sword aura was completely penetrated by the black flame arrow. In less than half a blink of an eye, the arrow had already arrived before Lu Fangyun. Lu Fangyun's heart shook. What a terrifying arrow! It actually made him instinctively feel fear. As a 2-star peak king, although the arrow was fast, it didn't exceed his reaction time. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword glowed brightly and instantly flashed. Bang! The sword collided with the arrow and let out a loud explosion. The black flame arrow was cut in half, but the power contained within the arrow caused Lu Fangyun's hands to tremble. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword buzzed, and Lu Fangyun's body was pushed back by the force of the arrow. In the distance, Yi Xing's figure retreated again and pulled back the crimson flame bow. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow incantation, and the black flame arrow continued to form. When Lu Fangyun dissipated the power in his body and stabilized his body, he no longer retreated. With a loud explosion, the black flame arrow left the bowstring and shot towards him. Lu Fangyun's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the power of the black flame arrow. His expression was extremely grim as he concentrated his mental energy like never before. He circulated the astral energy in his body to the limit and was about to explode with a powerful attack to block this arrow. When the arrow left the bowstring, Lu Fangyun had already determined its trajectory. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent flames as he prepared to shatter the black flame arrow with a single slash. However, the instant Lu Fangyun made his decision, the black flame arrow suddenly changed its direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black flame arrow flickered like a stream of light and changed direction 9 times in an instant. Although the attack was fast, Lu Fangyun could still react in time. However, when it changed direction 9 times in an instant, Lu Fangyun's reaction couldn't keep up with the changes. The instant the black flame arrow was in front of him, Lu Fangyun's heart tightened. He slashed down with the sword in his hand, but it was too slow. Bang! The black flame arrow hit Lu Fangyun's body and let out a loud bang. Lu Fangyun let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was like a cannonball and was sent flying 1,000 meters away. He had a black-grade upper-level inner armor to protect his body, so the black flame arrows did not penetrate it. However, the sharp arrows penetrated the inner armor and entered his body, causing considerable damage to Lu Fangyun's internal organs. Puff! Lu Fangyun's body retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Lu Fangyun landed on a small hill a few miles away. Yi Xing took a step forward and executed the art of the 9 heavens astral travel. His body was like a stream of light as he flew into the sky. Yi Xing's wind yuan qi circled around his feet as he stood in the air. He looked down at Lu Fangyun and said, "Now it seems that the stupid one is you." Yi Xing withdrew his gaze and flashed across the sky, continuing to Enlightenment Mountain. On the ground, Lu Fangyun stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the direction where Yi Xing disappeared, he clenched his fists and his eyes were full of resentment. "Yi Xing, you wait for me." Lu Fangyun gnashed his teeth, his voice jumping out from between his teeth. Yi Xing soon arrived at Enlightenment Mountain. Yi Xing registered his identity card with the deacon guarding Enlightenment Mountain and ascended the mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was an important place in the outer sect. Fighting was prohibited inside. Comprehending arrow essence was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Xing was prepared to stay at Enlightenment Mountain for a long time. He didn't care if Lu Fangyun would seek revenge from his brother. Moreover, even if he wasn't at Enlightenment Mountain, Yi Xing wasn't afraid of Lu Li. His speed was unparalleled. Among the outer sect disciples, there were very few who could do anything to him. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, they had been cultivating in their rooms for the past few days. Even if Lu Fengyun wanted to cause trouble for them, he could not do anything about it. Yixing naturally had nothing to worry about. He could throw everything to the back of his mind and focus on comprehending the way of archery at Enlightenment Mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was the first peak of the outer sect. It was taller than the 10 main peaks of the outer sect. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and stretched for dozens of miles. In the mountain, there were smooth stone walls. The stone walls contained all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth. Sword Tao, knife Tao, spear Tao, arrow Tao, all kinds of martial arts. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, wood, all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth could be found on Enlightenment Mountain. So many great Tao gathered on a mountain peak. Of course, it wasn't formed naturally. Enlightenment Mountain was majestic and beautiful. Being in the mountain could calm one's mind. It was indeed helpful in comprehending Tao. However, the many traces of great Tao on Enlightenment Mountain were left behind by generations of experts from the Dark Star Divine Palace. To be able to leave behind traces of great Tao for others to comprehend, one had to at least have a true meaning of the Tao or martial will that had reached perfection. Such a powerhouse, even among true God powerhouses, was an extremely powerful existence, standing at the pinnacle. As a 5-star sect, the Dark Star Divine Palace had very few true God experts. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace had a long history. After countless years of accumulation, there were naturally many experts. The lifespan of a true divinity powerhouse was 30,000 years. As time passed, generation after generation of true divinity powerhouses had already turned to dust. But they had still managed to imprint their comprehensions onto the stone walls of Enlightenment Peak for future generations to comprehend. Therefore, Enlightenment Mountain wasn't just for outer sect disciples to comprehend. Even inner sect disciples could benefit from Enlightenment Mountain. On the mountain path, there were stone tablets to guide the way. They pointed out the places that were suitable for comprehending Tao. Yixing chose the path for comprehending arrow essence. After walking for dozens of miles, he arrived at the mountainside of Enlightenment Mountain. A smooth stone wall about 100 meters wide appeared in front of Yixing's eyes. In front of the stone wall, there were already a few disciples comprehending. Yixing observed for a while, and then observed the terrain before leaving. On the opposite side of the stone wall, there was a side peak a few miles away. It didn't take long for him to arrive at this side peak. Arrow essence required a certain distance to unleash its full power. Yixing stood at the foot of the stone wall and knew that it was not the best place to meditate because it was too close to the stone wall. The side peak a few miles away was the most suitable place to face the stone wall from afar. Yixing wasn't the only one with such foresight. There was already someone on this side peak. It was a black-robed youth, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The black-robed youth's aura was concealed, but Yixing's superbrain scanned him and easily found out his cultivation base. He was a 2-star king. Obviously, he was an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. Yixing had a feeling that this wasn't a disciple of the 10th peak, but a local of the Dark Star continent. He was a disciple of one of the other 9 peaks. Seeing someone approaching, the black-robed youth turned to look at Yixing. When he saw that Yixing was just a 9th-star venerable lord, he was slightly surprised. Chapter 765. Among the 10 peaks, the first peak had always been the strongest. Xuezi's strength was probably extremely powerful even among 4-star kings, since she was ranked first among the first peak's disciples. Yixing opened his eyes. Just now, he had heard the words first peak, first layer, and Xuezi from the surrounding disciples' whispers. He knew that this purple-robed youth was an extremely powerful figure among the outer disciples. However, this was Enlightenment Mountain, where fighting was forbidden. Strength was useless here. Yixing's gaze indifferently swept over Xuezi and said, "Where did this bastard come from?" "Cram." The disciples who knew Xuezi's identity immediately opened their eyes wide in shock. This was Xuezi. His strength was at the peak among the outer disciples. Among the 10,000 outer disciples, less than 1 in 100 could contend against him. Knowing Xuezi's identity, who would dare to not give her face? A mere 9th star Venerable Lord actually dared to call him a bastard in front of him and tell him to scram? This was out of the disciples' expectations, so they were naturally shocked. Xuezi's expression froze. His strength was enough to sweep through the majority of 4-star kings. A 9th star Venerable Lord was indeed no different from an ant in his eyes. When he told a 9th star Venerable Lord to scram, no one had ever dared to refuse. Who would have thought that he would run into a snag in front of Yixing? He definitely doesn't know who I am, Xuezi thought. Even so, Xuezi was still furious. He coldly snorted and said, "A 9th astral reaching realm cultivation base can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. You must be an ant from a middle continent who hasn't seen the world. Do you know who I am?" Xuezi raised his head, and his arrogance became even more obvious as he continued, "I am Xuezi. I come from the 5-star family Xue family. My family's ancestor is an inner elder of the Divine Palace, a true God expert. My strength is also outstanding among the disciples of the first peak. Few can contend against me. You, a mere 9th star Venerable Lord, an ant-like thing, dares to speak like this in front of me, Xuezi? How dare you? Get out of my way." Yixing frowned slightly. The other party's background was really quite big. However, what made Yixing apprehensive wasn't how powerful Xuezi was, but his family background. A 5-star family with a true God expert was too powerful. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Yixing's mind. Then, he smiled and the fear in his heart disappeared without a trace. A 5-star family was indeed powerful, and Yixing had absolutely no way of contending against them. However, it was precisely because of the size of a 5-star family that Yixing concluded that Xuezi was just an insignificant figure in the Xue family. Perhaps his talent was somewhat outstanding and he could become a quasi-god in the future. However, the number of quasi-god realm disciples from 5-star clans was definitely not small. Xuezi was just a junior. It would be difficult for her to utilize the power of a 5-star family. As for a true God expert, it was impossible for them to interfere because of some conflicts between juniors. Otherwise, which of the Xue family's disciples wouldn't be able to do anything else for the rest of their lives if a true God expert was in charge of them? If he killed Xuezi, there would definitely be big trouble. However, if he only had a conflict with Xuezi, their conflict would be limited to the two of them and would not involve the Xue family. In that case, Yixing had nothing to fear. Yixing only planned to stay in the outer sect of the Dark Star Temple for a year. After a year, he would head to the Heavenly Bow continent and return to the Star continent. When he returned to the Dark Star continent from the Star continent to the Starry Crescent Land, he would at least be a second Nirvana quasi-god. At that time, a mere Xuezi would be nothing. Yixing shouted, "Bastard, get out of my way!" Xuezi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that even after he reported his name and origin, he still couldn't suppress this 9th star Venerable Lord. This king. Xuezi had just opened his mouth when Yixing interrupted him coldly. "Say no more. I know you're Xuezi and you're a genius disciple of the first peak. However, what does that have to do with me? Do you think that you can make the temple master change the rules of Enlightenment Peak? Do you think that you can snatch other people's positions in Enlightenment Peak? If you think you can, go ahead and tell the temple master. If you don't have the ability, then get out of my way. Don't embarrass yourself here." Xuezi's chest heaved up and down. He had nowhere to vent his anger. He glared fiercely at Yixing and shouted, "Fine. You win, but this king warns you, you'd better stay in Enlightenment Peak. Don't fall into my hands in the future." Yixing smiled and said, "Are you done?" If you're done, then get out of my way. Don't disturb my enlightenment. Shuizi snorted and glanced at the surrounding disciples. He felt his face burning. He clenched his teeth and walked away. After 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. You'll pay for what you did today. You definitely will. Shuizi left behind these words before her figure flashed and quickly vanished from everyone's field of vision. Even though he had come here to comprehend the Tao of archery, he was too ashamed to stay here for the time being after such a thing had happened. After Shuizi left, Zhuofifan gave Yi Xing a thumbs up and said, "Junior brother Yi, you're so magnanimous." Yi Xing smiled and said, "I've gotten myself into big trouble." Zhuofifan nodded and said, "In the first year, he can't go to the 10th peak to deal with you. Moreover, after a year, as long as you're in the Dark Star Divine Palace, he won't dare to do anything to you. The key is that when you leave the Divine Palace, you must be careful to hide your whereabouts. Don't let him know." Yi Xing said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Zhua." After the incident with Shuizi, Yi Xing didn't encounter anyone else who wanted to take his place. He had been meditating quietly. Yi Xing studied the Jade Arm's Tao of archery, and gained some enlightenment. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, transforming it into his own. He repeated this process repeatedly, and his understanding of the Tao of archery continued to rise. Time flew by, month after month. After more than half a year, Yi Xing's understanding of archery had already reached the limit of one with the arrow. On this day, he finally had a breakthrough. On the bluestone, Yi Xing's qi suddenly became violent and incomparably sharp. The astral energy in Yi Xing's body was changing. It changed from strands to the shape of arrows. The astral energy in his body seemed to be made up of countless tiny arrows, and had the terrifying penetrating power of arrows. Although Yi Xing's cultivation was still at the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and the strength of his astral energy hadn't changed, the penetrating power of his astral energy had increased by more than 10 times. There was only one reason for the change of his astral energy, and that was the arrow intent. Once the arrow intent was formed, Yi Xing's understanding of archery had reached a new level. There were hundreds of places around his body that he couldn't shoot. Chapter 766. Yi Xing was overjoyed when he sensed that the power of arrow Tao in his body was soaring. He felt that the void around him had become weak. He could easily break the void if he ran the power of arrow Tao in his body. Just by revealing a trace of the power of arrow Tao, the void around Yi Xing began to vibrate. As long as Yi Xing was willing, his entire body could shatter the void like an arrow and appear dozens or hundreds of miles away in an instant. This kind of speed was simply teleportation. Teleportation could only be done by a king who had comprehended the true meaning of space Tao. Yi Xing smiled. Even a 3-star king would not be able to resist such a fast speed and such a sharp aura. If he used his astrology, his strength would reach a higher level. Yi Xing would not be afraid even if he was a 4-star king. Yi Xing was confident that his strength would be in the first level of any peak in the outer sect. In the 10th peak, he would be the absolute overlord. Whoosh! Yi Xing let out a long breath and withdrew his aura. All the sharpness disappeared and returned to normal. However, the disciples who were comprehending arrow Tao here felt the sharp aura that Yi Xing had just revealed. They all looked at Yi Xing. Zhuofifan widened his eyes in surprise. "You have comprehended arrow intent?" Zhuofifan was also an expert in arrow Tao. He had already reached the 3rd level of one with the arrow. He came to Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend arrow intent. If he succeeded, his strength would increase greatly. Right now, his battle prowess was only comparable to a 4-star king. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, he would be able to defeat all 4-star kings and be almost invincible. At that time, he would not only be in the first tier of the 7th peak, but he would also be one of the strongest disciples in the entire 10 peak. However, Even though he had benefited a lot from the Enlightenment peak, he was still far from comprehending the arrow intent. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 9th star Highness Lord, yet he had already comprehended the arrow intent from becoming one with the arrow in just over half a year. To comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king, in the lower continents and middle continents, that was a legendary existence. Even in the Dark Star continent, such a person was extremely rare. Usually, only one would appear every few hundred years. The Dark Star Divine Palace had already had several generations of disciples, but such a person had never appeared. Looking at Yi Xing, Zhuo Fifan was astonished and shocked. Yi Xing nodded to Zhuo Fifan. He stood up and said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhuo, I have achieved my goal. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye." Looking at Yi Xing's back, Zhuo Fifan thought to himself, Junior Brother Yi is from a middle continent, and his bloodline is at most at the level of quasi-god, which is not outstanding. I wonder what level his destiny has reached. If it is good enough, he will definitely soar to the sky in the Divine Palace, and become the top disciple in recent years. After Yi Xing left Enlightenment Mountain, he used the arrow intent and the star gang in his body. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp aura, shattering the void around him. Yi Xing took a step forward, moving at an extremely fast speed in the shattered void. In half a blink of an eye, he had shuttled through a long void hole in the void. The space of the starry sky continent was very stable. Although Yi Xing had shattered the void, the essence of the space was not damaged. In the blink of an eye, the void hole was filled with air and returned to normal. Yi Xing appeared in the distant sky and estimated the distance. He had just shot out like an arrow. In half a blink of an eye, he had shattered the void and shuttled through hundreds of miles. This speed, it was one thing to think, but it was another thing to actually do it. Yi Xing's heart beat fiercely, but he was very happy. Yi Xing shuttled through the void, as if he had teleported. Soon, he returned to the 10th peak and arrived at the 71st courtyard. He used the speed communication pearl to send a message to Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao replied that she had already entered Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend the sword principle. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in the sword principle were also very high. She had already reached the 3rd level of one with the sword, and was only a step away from comprehending sword intent. Currently, Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8th star High Lord. There was an extremely high chance that she would be like Yi Xing and comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king. Yi Xing also sent a message to Zhao Yanling, Peng Ju, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan. The 3 of them were cultivating in their rooms and immediately left. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi Xing. As the 4 of them saw Yi Xing, their faces lit up with joy. Yi Xing asked, "Did anything happen in the past half-year?" To enter Enlightenment Mountain, one needed to calm their mind. Moreover, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Mountain in their first year. Yi Xing didn't want to be disturbed once he entered Enlightenment Mountain and waste this opportunity. Therefore, when Yi Xing went to Enlightenment Mountain, he had already told them not to disturb him before he returned from Enlightenment Mountain. He knew nothing about what had happened in the past half-year. Zhao Yanling and the others naturally knew what Yi Xing wanted to know. Zhao Yanling said, "In the past half-year, we spent most of our time cultivating in our rooms. We only went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain when Elder Zhao Yuan and Elder Wu Mingtong were explaining cultivation. However, every time we went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain, the disciples of Starcloud Continent would make things difficult for us. Especially Lu Fengyun and Lin Chao. Once, they injured Junior Apprentice Brother Feng and Senior Apprentice Brother Peng Ju, and almost captured Junior Apprentice Sister Qiu Yan. Fortunately, Senior Apprentice Brother Gao Jian of Starfield Continent intervened and resolved our calamity." Gao Jian, this name flashed through Yi Xing's mind. This was one of the 8 people ranked in the 1st level of the 10th peak. He was a 3rd-level Astral Sea Realm swordsman. Yi Xing's gaze fell on Peng Ju and said, "How are junior apprentice brother Peng and junior apprentice brother Feng's injuries? Are you all right now?" Peng Ju patted his chest and said, "My injuries were not serious. I have already recovered. Junior apprentice brother Feng's injuries were a bit serious, but he has already recovered. He only went to Enlightenment Mountain after he recovered." Yi Xing's eyes seemed to have flames of anger as he said, "Who injured junior apprentice brother Feng? Was it Lu Fangyun or Lin Chao?" The disciples of Star Cloud Continent had gone too far. Yi Xing was very unhappy in his heart. Now Yi Xing's strength was the absolute overlord of the 10th peak. Even if Star Cloud Continent had a first-level expert like Lu Li, Yi Xing still planned to find Star Cloud Continent's disciples to establish his might. An eye for an eye. It was Lin Chao. The four said at the same time. Then, Zhao Yanling saw that Yi Xing still didn't know who Lin Chao was and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yi, Lin Chao is a 3-star king. He is much stronger than Lu Fangyun. It doesn't matter how much stronger he is than Lu Fangyun. He has to pay the price for injuring my Star Cloud Continent's disciples," Yi Xing said. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left the courtyard and was heading towards the 72nd courtyard. Zhao Yanling, Peng Ju, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan saw this and quickly followed. Courtyard 72nd. Yi Xing strode in and shouted, "Lin Chao, Lu Fangyun, get out here!" Chapter 767. Because of Lu Li, who was ranked first, the disciples of Star Cloud Continent had always been arrogant and domineering among the disciples of the 10th peak. With the exception of a few Starry Sky continents that also had first-tier powerhouses, the rest of the Starry Sky continent's disciples did not pay any attention to them. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, second only to Lu Li among the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Lu Fangyun was Lu Li's younger brother. Both of them had high statuses among the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Now that they heard someone shouting for Lin Chao and Lu Fangyun to come out, the disciples of Star Cloud Continent were enraged and rushed out of their rooms. Lin Chao and Lu Fangyun were not in the courtyard. The former was ranked second and the latter was third. They were both cultivating in the cultivation tower. In the 72nd courtyard, there were only some 1-star and 2-star king-level disciples. Even so, each of them had a domineering aura and ferocious eyes. Seeing that the person who came was only a disciple of the 71st courtyard, their eyes were filled with contempt. The 71st courtyard was occupied by the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Star Cloud Continent was the weakest of the mid-sized continents, while Star Cloud Continent was one of the strongest. The two could not be compared. Lu Fangyun was defeated by Yi Xing, so naturally, he would not spread the news. Therefore, when the disciples of Star Cloud Continent saw that Yi Xing was only a 9-star venerable lord, they were even more disdainful and did not put Yi Xing in their eyes. When Yi Xing's voice faded away, Zhao Yanling and the other four finally caught up. The disciples of Star Cloud Continent looked at Yi Xing's group of 5 with sneers on their faces. A 2-star king stepped forward and coldly said, "Ants of Star Cloud Continent, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the disciples of Star Cloud Continent?" Another 2-star king shouted, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have senior brother Gao Jian's support. You dare to pick a fight? Even senior brother Gao Jian can't save you. You are courting death. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Xing's gaze swept across the crowd. The 2-star kings were far inferior to Lu Fangyun. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, but the two of them were not among them. Yi Xing said, "Where are Lin Chao and Lu Fangyun? Tell them that I, Yi Xing, am looking for them. Tell them to get their asses over here. How dare you challenge senior brother Lin Chao and senior brother Lu Fangyun? I, Huang Kunlong, will teach you a lesson first." Among the Star Cloud Continent's disciples, a 1-star king roared in anger. Huang Kunlong was at the peak of the first level of the Star Sea realm. Among the One-Star King realm disciples of the Starcloud continent, his strength was at the peak. Wouldn't it be easy for a peak One-Star King to deal with a Ninth-Star Venerable Lord? Towards Huang Kunlong's actions, none of the Starcloud continent's disciples stopped him. Instead, a disdainful sneer appeared on their lips. As soon as Huang Kunlong finished speaking, he leaped up and punched out. This punch came down from above, bringing with it the power to destroy mountains. A huge fist force blasted towards Yixing. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, like a thunderclap descending from the heavens. The airflow in the void shook, and layers upon layers of air waves rose. Huang Kunlong had used 80 to 90% of his strength. Even a One-Star King of the same realm would find it hard to resist. Using such a punch against a Ninth-Star Venerable Lord, it was obvious that Huang Kunlong wanted to heavily injure Yixing to the point where he couldn't even crawl up. Zhao Yanling, Peng Ju, and the others were all One-Star Kings. They could feel the terror of Huang Kunlong's punch, but they didn't panic. They were very clear about Yixing's strength. Even a peak 2-star king wasn't a match for Yixing. Huang Kunlong was merely a 1-star king. Facing this punch, Yixing felt as if he was facing a spring breeze. His expression was normal, and he didn't move at all. Seeing that the huge fist force was about to land on Yixing's head, Yixing suddenly made his move. Yixing suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed out. His fingertips shone with resplendent starlight, and astral energy condensed into an arrowhead. The astral energy that contained the intent of the arrow erupted with a terrifying penetrating power, and the gathering of fire Yuan Qi filled this finger with a berserk power. The power of this finger was berserk, and its penetrating power was terrifying. Huang Kunlong's astral energy was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle, and it instantly exploded. As for Yixing's finger force, it continued forward like an arrow piercing through the void, and it instantly collided with Huang Kunlong's fist. Even though Huang Kunlong's fist was protected by a high-grade profound-grade glove, when it collided with the arrowhead-like astral energy, he still felt a sharp energy penetrate his fist, and it was as painful as being pierced by a needle. Huang Kunlong let out a miserable groan as he retracted his fist like a bolt of lightning, and his body shot back explosively. Bang! Huang Kunlong flew back dozens of meters, and he crashed into the wall of the house with a loud bang. The material of the house was sturdy, and it was strengthened by a formation, so it didn't collapse. However, Huang Kunlong's eyes were blurred, and they were filled with stars. The qi and blood in his body were surging. Under the destruction of the sharp energy that had invaded his body, his internal organs were instantly injured, and he spat out blood. With a light finger, he had injured a 1-star king. Yixing's strength was far beyond the expectations of the Starcloud continent's disciples. The sneers on their faces instantly froze, and then they disappeared. The first 2-star king to speak suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Senior brother Wei Zhong. He actually dared to injure a disciple of our Starcloud continent. Kill him! Senior brother Wei Zhong, show him who's boss. The other disciples of the Starcloud continent all shouted loudly. Huang Kunlong, who had fallen far away, also shouted, Senior brother Wei Zhong, take revenge for me. Beat him until he vomits blood, beat him until he can't stand up. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky. The 2-star king, Wei Zhong, had used his astrology. Among the 2-star kings, Wei Zhong was the strongest. Although he wasn't as strong as Lu Fengyun, he wasn't far off. Although Yixing was only a 9th-star sovereign lord, his ability to defeat Huang Kunlong with a single finger was truly shocking. Even Wei Zhong, as one of the strongest 2-star kings, didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he used his astrology from the start. Yixing's expression remained the same. Wei Zhong's astrology wasn't enough to make him look at him in a different light. In Yixing's eyes, Wei Zhong and Huang Kunlong weren't much different. Feeling Yi Xing's disdain, Wei Zhong furrowed his brows, and his heart was filled with anger. "Humph!" Wei Zhong coldly snorted and shouted, "I want to see how strong you, a 9th-star sovereign lord, are. Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence." As his voice fell, the astral energy within Wei Zhong's body revolved, instantly forming a shield that could be seen with the naked eye, protecting his entire body. The Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence was both offensive and defensive, but its defensive aspect was even more outstanding. When using this technique, Wei Zhong could fight against any 2-star king. Even someone as strong as Lu Fangyun, a peak 2-star king, wouldn't be able to break through his Golden Bell Shield in a short time. As for the Golden Bell Shield's offensive aspect, although it wasn't as outstanding as its defensive aspect, it was still quite powerful. With Wei Zhong's strength, ordinary 2-star kings wouldn't be able to block it. Chapter 768. Yi Xing looked at the golden shield around Wei Zhong. His eyes were still calm and unperturbed. "Break!" Yi Xing bellowed as he took a step forward. His body shot out like an arrow, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Wei Zhong. Then, he pointed a finger at Wei Zhong. The tip of his finger shone brightly like an arrow, and the void in front of him crumbled. In the blink of an eye, the fingertip, which carried a resplendent light, pointed at the golden barrier. Wei Zhong was very confident in his defense. Seeing Yi Xing taking the initiative to attack, he laughed loudly and shouted, "Good timing!" As he spoke, Wei Zhong circulated his astral energy to the limit. While defending himself, he was also prepared to attack. When Yi Xing's finger collided with Wei Zhong's golden energy shield and was affected by the rebound, it would be the best time for Wei Zhong to attack. At that time, Yi Xing would definitely be unable to dodge or block his punch. One punch would be enough to severely injure Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's finger landed outside Wei Zhong's golden energy shield. Just as Wei Zhong was about to launch a counterattack against Yi Xing, a crisp sound rang out, causing Wei Zhong's expression to change drastically. He saw the golden energy shield shatter under Yi Xing's finger. The finger shone brightly as it continued to move forward. Unstoppable, it pierced through everything and landed on Wei Zhong's body. Bang! This finger did not penetrate Wei Zhong's black-grade high-rank inner armor, but the huge impact caused an explosion, and Wei Zhong was immediately sent flying backwards. Just like Huang Kunlong, Wei Zhong crashed into the wall behind him and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a 2-star king, Wei Zhong was also defeated by Yi Xing with a single finger. Hiss! The disciples present sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Yanling, Pingju, and the other disciples from Star Crescent Continent were shocked. Yi Xing was able to defeat Wei Zhong with a single finger. This meant that Yi Xing's strength had greatly improved since he first arrived at Dark Star Continent. As for the disciples of Star Cloud Continent, they didn't look at Yi Xing with the slightest bit of contempt. Their eyes were filled with fear. Was this still a 9th-star venerable? They had never seen a 9th-star sovereign injuring a 2-star sovereign with a single finger. Thud, thud, thud. Looking at Yi Xing, the disciples of Starcloud Continent involuntarily took a step back. "You. What do you want?" a 2-star king asked. His attitude was completely different from before. Yi Xing said, "What do I want? Didn't I say just now that Lin Chao and Lu Fangyun had to get their asses over here? How could the Starcloud Continent's disciples dare to disobey?" One after another, they transmitted the message. Lin Chao and Lu Fangyun were both cultivating in the cultivation pagoda. When they received the news, they were both shocked and furious. The two of them left the cultivation room and quickly returned to the 72nd courtyard from the cultivation pagoda. "Yi Xing, how dare you!" Lu Fangyun had just arrived outside the mansion when a furious voice could be heard. Then, Lu Fangyun and Lin Chao both entered the mansion. Yi Xing looked over. He had known Lu Fangyun for a long time. In fact, he had also met Lin Chao on the first day of entering the sect. It was only now that he carefully sized up Lin Chao. In terms of appearance, Lin Chao was much more refined than Lu Fangyun. He was also more delicate and handsome. Wearing a blue robe, he had a valiant aura. However, Lin Chao's gaze always had a sinister feeling, which greatly damaged his valiant aura. Instead, it seemed a little evil. While Yi Xing was sizing up Lin Chao's gaze also looked over at Yi Xing. As a third star sovereign, a second-tier existence, no matter how heaven-defying Yi Xing's battle record was, whether he had defeated Wei Zhong or Lu Fangyun, Lin Chao didn't treat Yi Xing as an opponent on the same level as him. The gaze he used to size up Yi Xing was filled with contempt. Lin Chao said coldly, his voice chilling. "You are Yi Xing?" Yi Xing's voice also chilled people. "You are Lin Chao?" The corners of Lin Chao's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. "That's right, I'm Lin Chao. A mere 9th-star sovereign lord who defeated 2 2-star sovereigns. You think your battle strength is heaven-defying, yet you dare to provoke me, Lin Chao? I have to say that your guts are not small." Yi Xing smiled indifferently. Lin Chao continued to sneer. "It seems like you don't know the difference between 2-star sovereigns and 3rd-star sovereigns." Yi Xing said, "It doesn't matter how big the difference is. What's important is that regardless of whether you're a 2-star sovereign or a 3rd-star sovereign, anyone who dares to bully my friends won't have a good ending. Lin Chao, today, I'll return double the damage you've done to junior brother Feng." "Ha ha ha ha!" Lin Chao laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. "It seems like I'll have to give you an even more severe lesson today. Only then will you know how stupid you are." As his voice fell, Lin Chao raised his hand, and a black treasured spear appeared in his hand. Including Lu Fangyun, the Star-Cloud Continent's disciples retreated in all directions. With a 3rd-star sovereign taking action, they didn't dare to get too close. Yi Xing waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Yanling and the others to retreat further away. The black treasured spear in Lin Chao's hand was pointed at Yi Xing as he laughed. "Yi Xing, I heard that you're proficient in archery. Archery cultivators need a large space to display their full strength. The space in the courtyard is too small. Do you want to change seats?" "Ha ha ha!" Lin Chao's laughter was filled with mockery. His meaning was to find a bigger space. Yi Xing wasn't his opponent either. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he said, "No need. No matter where we are, it's more than enough to defeat you." Lin Chao's eyes narrowed. Yi Xing's reply infuriated him greatly. "Arrogant!" Lin Chao roared. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved, thrusting out his spear. The black treasured spear was like a dancing dragon, arriving in front of Yi Xing in an instant. Even Zhao Yanling and the others, who were standing far behind Yi Xing, felt a gust of wind blowing against their faces at this moment. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. One could imagine how powerful this spear was. Yi Xing was the target of this spear. One could imagine that his feelings would be 100 times stronger. However, Yi Xing didn't feel any fear, nor did he panic. Yi Xing's expression was as calm as before, but his aura rose explosively. A 3rd-star sovereign was indeed incomparable to a 2-star sovereign. Although Yi Xing was confident, he didn't underestimate his opponent. In an instant, the astral energy within Yi Xing's body revolved. Fire Yuan Qi gathered from all directions, causing his aura to rise explosively. He was like a raging flame god of war. Just as Lin Chao's spear was about to pierce Yi Xing's body swayed. In an instant, he disappeared as if he had teleported, leaving behind a hole in the void. The astral spear missed. Yi Xing instantly appeared behind Lin Chao and pointed his finger at him. Astral energy gathered at the tip of his finger to form an arrow. The arrow intent condensed at one point, and its penetrative power was terrifying. At the same time, the raging fire Yuan Qi gathered, increasing the arrow's power. Whoosh! The astral energy was like an arrow, shooting behind Lin Chao in an instant. Chapter 769. Lin Chao's face was filled with shock. Yi Xing's speed had exceeded Lin Chao's expectations. He had never expected that Yi Xing would be able to dodge his spear at such a short distance and counterattack so quickly. Yi Xing's finger was like an arrow. It was too fast, and Lin Chao had no time to block it. He could only roar as the astral energy in his body exploded. Whoosh! A ball of energy with Lin Chao's body as the center instantly spread out in all directions. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, creating a shockwave. As a 3-star king, the energy produced by Lin Chao's astral energy was extremely terrifying. Any 2-star martial artist would not be able to get close to him at this moment. They would be blown away by this energy. However, the power of Yi Xing's finger attack was not only at the 2-star king level, but it also had a terrifying penetrative power. It could penetrate through everything and was unstoppable. The energy attack was penetrated by the astral energy like an arrow and instantly shattered. The astral energy arrow was unstoppable. It shot forward and shattered the energy attack layer by layer. Finally, it hit Lin Chao's back. Although the energy attack from the astral energy was penetrated, it still weakened the astral energy arrow by a lot. Lin Chao had a high-grade mystic-grade inner armor on his body. Although the astral energy arrow's penetrative power was terrifying, it could not penetrate the high-grade mystic-grade inner armor. This attack only pushed Lin Chao a few steps forward. It was not a big deal. However, Lin Chao was almost knocked to the ground by Yi Xing's finger in front of everyone's eyes. He almost fell flat on his face, which made him extremely furious. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xing attacked with another finger attack. The astral energy contained arrow intent. Once Yi Xing attacked, it was like an arrow. Its speed was extremely fast and sharp. At this moment, Lin Chao had already retracted his black treasured spear. He instantly swept it and attacked behind him. Although Lin Chao's speed was not as fast as Yi Xing's, the speed of his attack in a small area was as fast as teleportation. The black treasured spear instantly hit the astral energy arrow. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral energy arrow was shattered by the spear. Lin Chao also felt an attack coming from the black treasured spear. His arm shook, and he could not help but take a step back. What a powerful force! Lin Chao's heart trembled. The power of this astral finger arrow was actually not much inferior to the power of his spear. However, Yi Xing's astral finger attack was clearly much more flexible than his spear attack. No matter how one became one with the spear, it was impossible to change the length of the spear. How could a spear be as flexible as fingers? The difference in attack power was not big, but the difference in agility was huge. Lin Chao was shocked. He instantly determined that he was not his opponent. Yi Xing didn't give him any time to think. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's body shifted and appeared in another location as if he had teleported. His finger shot out like an arrow and attacked Lin Chao. It took a long time to describe, but in an instant an astral finger arrow shot out. Whoosh 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 whoosh! Yi Xing's movement and attack speed were both extremely fast. Within a breath, he had already shot out several astral finger arrows, attacking Lin Chao from different directions. Lin Chao waved his black treasured spear like a dancing dragon. His spear skills were displayed to the extreme, and it was almost impossible for anything to pass through. However, under the attack of the astral finger arrows, he still couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Such a fast attack only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Lin Chao was starting to lose his strength, and he was starting to panic. Stop! Lin Chao saw that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's talk nicely." Now you want to talk things over nicely? It was too late. Yi Xing's speed did not slow down at all. The astral finger arrows were endless, and they were as fast as lightning. The kings present could only see a series of afterimages. They couldn't even see Yi Xing's attack clearly. Lin Chao was the strongest two-star king present, but he could barely see Yi Xing's attack. In his panic, he quickly showed signs of defeat. Whoosh, a astral finger arrow brushed past the black treasured spear and shot into Lin Chao's wrist. The wrist was the joint between the glove and the inner armor. There was a gap that could be found, and it was the weakest point of the defense. The astral finger arrow was blocked, but the terrifying penetrating power found a gap and entered Lin Chao's wrist. A sharp pain came and Lin Chao cried out in pain. The black treasured spear flew out of his hand. Whoosh, Yi Xing's figure was like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Chao and grabbed out. Yi Xing's palm was as fast as an arrow. Lin Chao instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His injured wrist was caught by Yi Xing. The astral finger that contained the arrow intent shot out from Lin Chao's palm. It was like a small arrow, and it attacked Lin Chao's wrist through the gap. The astral arrow intent penetrated Lin Chao's body like an arrow. Everywhere it passed, his blood and meridians were damaged. It first rushed from his wrist to his arm, and then from his arm to his body. Ah! The sharp pain that came from his meridians and bone marrow caused Lin Chao to cry out in pain. The disciples of Starcloud Continent were all shocked. They didn't expect Lin Chao to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. Stop! Lu Fangyan shouted. Yi Xing, don't be too presumptuous. You have gone too far today. When my brother comes back, you will have to bear the consequences. The astral energy in Lin Chao's body, under the attack of Yi Xing's astral arrow intent, was completely defeated. The intense pain made him kneel on the ground, losing the strength to fight back. Yi Xing grabbed Lin Chao's wrist and looked at Lu Fangyun, saying, Presumptuous? Too much? I want to be presumptuous today. I want to go too far. If you don't like it, go find Lu Li. With that, Yi Xing stepped out and kicked Lin Chao away. He continued, Lu Fangyun, you still have the face to speak? Do you think I can leave you out today? Lu Fangyun's face changed. He was like a cat with its hair standing on end. He shouted, What do you want to do? Whoosh! As soon as Lu Fangyun finished speaking, Yi Xing had already appeared in front of him. He stretched out his two palms and grabbed at Lu Fangyun. Lu Fangyun's face changed. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, was not a match for Yi Xing. He was only a 2-star king. Naturally, his strength was far from Yi Xing's. In an instant, Lu Fangyun used his astrology. At the same time, he took out an upper-grade Xian weapon and retreated quickly. In terms of speed, how could Lu Fangyun compare to Yi Xing? Even though Lu Fangyun had used all his strength to retreat, Yi Xing's hands still grabbed at him quickly. He was getting closer to Lu Fangyun's body quickly. Whoosh! In a hurry, Lu Fangyun swung his sword and chopped at Yi Xing's wrists. Yi Xing pressed down with his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade Xian weapon shook violently and almost flew out of Lu Fangyun's hand. Yi Xing's left hand continued to move forward and grabbed Lu Fangyun's neck. Astral arrow intent shot out. Chapter 770. The astral arrow intent was like tiny arrows, extremely sharp as they collided within Lu Fangyun's body. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, could not block the attack of the astral arrow intent. Lu Fangyun was naturally inferior. Under the attack of the astral arrow intent, the astral energy within Lu Fangyun's body was utterly destroyed. Without the protection of the astral energy, Lu Fangyun's flesh and blood were instantly pierced by the astral arrow intent, causing him to be severely injured. Puff! Lu Fangyun spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yi Xing was standing in front of Lu Fangyun. When the blood that Lu Fangyun spat out was still an inch away from Yi Xing's body, it was blocked by an invisible force and shot away. Yi Xing did not even touch a single drop. With the tyrannical power of the astral arrow intent, Yi Xing could completely destroy Lu Fangyun's flesh and blood, killing him completely. However, when disciples fought, it was fine to be injured, but it would be troublesome if someone died. When Lu Fangyan spat out blood, Yi Xing swung his hand and flung Lu Fangyan away like a dead dog. Thud, 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 thud. The disciples of Starcloud Continent retreated one after another, looking at Yi Xing with eyes full of fear and dread. Even the three-star King Lin Chao was defeated by Yi Xing. Among the disciples of Starcloud Continent, besides Lu Li who was ranked first, no one else was a match for Yi Xing. However, Lu Li had already entered Enlightenment Peak. In the first year, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Peak. Once they entered, they would not easily come out. Therefore, currently, no one in Starcloud Continent could compete with Yi Xing. With such a big matter happening, someone naturally sent a message to Lu Li. Soon, Yi Xing received a message from a stranger in his communication bead. The message came from number 7131, and the content was, "You dare to hurt my disciples of Starcloud Continent. I, Lu Li, will pay you back tenfold in the future." The person who sent the message was Lu Li, the strongest disciple of Starcloud Continent. He was ranked first among the disciples of the 10th peak. Yi Xing replied to number 7131, "Bring it on." Somewhere in Enlightenment Mountain, Lu Li in his red robe looked gloomy. He looked at the message sent by Yi Xing and snorted in anger. "Yi Xing, you will regret this." Lu Li sent another message to Yi Xing and then cut off the communication bead. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and continued to meditate. There was only one chance to enter the Enlightenment Mountain every year. Lu Li would not leave since he had not reached enlightenment yet. What was more, he was clear about his priorities. In the Enlightenment Mountain, the most important thing was to calm his mind and focus on learning martial arts. In the number 72 mansion, Yi Xing read the message from Lu Li and smiled. Clearly, Lu Li would not come out from the Enlightenment Mountain anytime soon. What was more, Yi Xing was full of confidence. Even if he had to fight Lu Li face to face, he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of Lu Li coming back. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the disciples of the Starcloud Continent and said, "Today's matter ends here. Remember this lesson in your hearts. If you dare to make things difficult for the disciples of the Starcloud Continent in the future, it will not be as simple as today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing led Zhao Yanling and the others away. Number 71 mansion was adjacent to the mansion where the disciples of Starcloud Continent lived. Basically, only the disciples of Starcloud Continent bullied them. Now, Yi Xing had solved the problem of the disciples of Starcloud Continent. As long as Lu Li did not come back from Enlightenment Mountain, the disciples of Starcloud Continent would not dare to act rashly in front of the disciples of Starcloud Continent. Now that Yi Xing had nothing to worry about, he naturally went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. He was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. The amount of astral power he needed to consolidate his cultivation was much less than that of King Realm warriors. The cultivation speed inside the cultivation tower was much faster than outside. There was still half a year before the 1 year was up, which was enough time for Yi Xing to consolidate his cultivation to a very deep level. At the top of the 10th peak, inside the cultivation tower, Yi Xing directly went to the 3rd floor. There were 4 cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. The doors were closed and there were identity plates hanging outside. Clearly, there were people cultivating inside. The 4 identity plates had the names of Zheng Haoyu, Sun Gang, Gao Jian, and Zhen Zihan. They were all disciples of the 1st level. Yi Xing's strength was no weaker than the disciples of the 1st level of the 10th peak. He originally wanted to find a cultivation room on the 3rd level of the cultivation pagoda, but when he saw that there were people occupying it, he retreated to the 2nd level. There were a total of 12 cultivation rooms on the 2nd floor. There were only a few cultivation rooms in the cultivation tower, but there were a lot of disciples in the top 3 levels. If the rooms were divided equally, there would be 2 to 3 people cultivating in each room. The competition would be fierce. now that the new disciples had been in the sect for half a year, whether they wanted to comprehend martial arts in the Enlightenment Mountain or consolidate their cultivation in the Cultivation Tower, the disciples had already made their decision. Every single cultivation room was occupied by someone. It was the same on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor. However, Yi Xing found an empty cultivation room on the 2nd floor. This was originally the cultivation room that Lin Chao had occupied. Lin Chao had been badly injured by Yi Xing in the 72nd courtyard, and was still recovering. He hadn't returned to the cultivation tower yet. Since there was an empty room, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't be polite. He hung his identity plate outside the door and entered the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the cultivation room, Yi Xing immediately sensed the rich astral energy in the surroundings. Yi Xing's super brain calculated and soon understood that cultivating here would be 2 times faster than cultivating in his room. In other words, cultivating here for a month would be more effective than cultivating in his room for 3 months. This is really a good place. Feeling the astral energy in the surroundings, Yi Xing's mood was very good. He thought to himself, there are still 4 more months before the 1-year end. If I cultivate here for 4 months, the effects will be better than cultivating in my room for a year. It should be enough for me to consolidate my cultivation to the peak of the 9th level. Yi Xing quickly circulated the high-grade Mystic Class Meteor Fall incantation. At the same time, he also used the Black Hole constellation. The Black Hole constellation in his body and the Black Hole constellation above him revolved at the same time, madly absorbing the astral energy in the surroundings to consolidate his cultivation. A day later, Lin Chao returned to the cultivation room. Seeing that someone was cultivating in the room he had previously occupied, he was instantly enraged. However, when he saw that the identity plate outside the door belonged to Yi Xing, although Lin Chao's anger didn't diminish, it was replaced by fear. Without saying anything, Lin Chao left the cultivation pagoda. He didn't dare to ask Yi Xing for the cultivation room back. Firstly, the cultivation room didn't belong to him, and secondly, he couldn't take it back from Yi Xing. Yi Xing cultivated in the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor, day after day. A huge amount of astral energy was absorbed by Yi Xing's body, and the strength of his astral energy increased by 1,000 miles every day. The peaceful days of cultivation lasted for more than 3 months, until one day, boom, a loud explosion woke Yi Xing from his cultivation state. Chapter 771. The sound came from the door of the cultivation room. The door of the cultivation room was made of ores and was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it was reinforced by a formation. Even a high-level king would have a hard time destroying it. Although the door of the cultivation room was difficult to destroy, sound could still be transmitted in. That explosion just now was obviously someone attacking the door of the cultivation room. Hong, after 2 breaths of time, another explosion sounded. Yi Xing even felt the door of the cultivation room shake. Yi Xing raised his eyebrows and his eyes burned with anger. The most taboo thing to do during cultivation was to disturb someone. Attacking the door of the cultivation room while someone was cultivating was an extremely disrespectful act. Clearly, someone was deliberately looking for trouble. Could it be Lu Li has returned from Enlightenment Mountain? Yi Xing thought to himself. Among the disciples of the 10th peak, Yi Xing only had conflicts with the disciples of the Star-Cloud continent. However, other than Lu Li, the disciples of the Star-Cloud continent wouldn't come looking for trouble with Yi Xing. Yi Xing appeared behind the door of the cultivation room in a single step. Before the other party could attack again, he opened the door and walked out. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, the explosion just now had obviously affected the other disciples. Many people came out of the cultivation tower. Those who were able to cultivate in the cultivation tower were all 3-star kings. 3-star kings were the elites of the elites in the 10th peak. Attacking the door of the cultivation room would affect everyone who was cultivating and would definitely be hated by everyone. However, when these 3-star kings came out of the cultivation rooms and saw the disciple who attacked the door of the cultivation room, they didn't get angry. Instead, they all looked at the door of the 8th cultivation room. Yi Xing also saw this person. On the first day of entering the Dark Star Temple, the disciples of the Starcloud Continent and Starcloud Continent had met face to face. Yi Xing was very sure that this person in front of him wasn't Luli. Although there were less than 2,000 disciples on the 10th peak, there were still 1,700 of them. Yi Xing wasn't familiar with many of them, so he didn't recognize this person. Yi Xing did not know this person, nor did he have any interactions with him, yet he was attacking his cultivation room. This was simply starting a grudge for no reason at all. Yi Xing truly did not understand this person's intentions. Yi Xing asked, "Who are you?" This person's stature was very majestic. Hearing this, he smiled and raised his head. "Who am I? Haha. Kid, you don't even recognize me, and you still dare to come to the 2nd level." Without waiting for Yi Xing to speak, the man slapped his chest forcefully and shouted, "I'll slaughter 10,000 cities." Although Yi Xing did not recognize the other party, he knew the name Tu Wanqing. Tu Wanqing was a disciple ranked in the 2nd tier, and came from a powerful mid-tier continent, the Star Blood Continent, which was stronger than the Starcloud Continent. Tu Wanqing could only be considered as the number 2 disciple of the Starblood Continent. The number 1 disciple was called Tu Qianzhang, who was ranked first. On the 10th peak, Tu Qianzhang was definitely famous. On the 2nd day after Yi Xing returned from Enlightenment Mountain, he entered the cultivation tower to cultivate. However, he had also heard of Tu Qianzhang's deeds. In the first half of the year, there were 3 fights between disciples of the 1st tier, and 2 of them were related to Tu Qianzhang. Tu Qianzhang had fought against Sun Gang and Zhen Zihan of the 1st tier, and won both of them. It was obvious that he was one of the strongest among the disciples of the 1st tier, so of course his name was known throughout the 10th peak. Because of Tu Qianzhang's existence, the disciples of the Starblood Continent on the 10th peak were naturally arrogant. Even the arrogant disciples of the Starcloud Continent had to back down when they met him. Although Tu Wanqing was not as famous as Tu Qianzhang, he was still one of the best among the disciples of the 2nd tier. With Tu Qianzhang as his support, Tu Wanqing could do whatever he wanted on the 10th peak. He might not even give face to some of the disciples of the 1st tier. Tu Wanqing started cultivating in the cultivation pagoda, occupying a cultivation room. 3 months ago, he went to Enlightenment Peak to comprehend the Tao. His perception was not very high, and after comprehending for 3 months, he did not gain anything. He felt that it would be better for him to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd layer of the astral sea realm in the cultivation room, which would allow him to enter the ranks of the 1st-level disciples. Thus, Tu Wanqing returned to the cultivation tower. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, there were no more cultivation rooms available. At this time, Tu Wanqing saw Yi Xing's identity card. Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, but he was ranked in the 3rd tier, and had the qualifications to cultivate in the cultivation tower. On the 10th peak, he was considered a special person. Many people knew about him, and Tu Wanqing was one of them. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the strength of a peak 2-star king. No matter which starry sky continent, this was an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. Many of the elite disciples were skeptical of Yi Xing's strength. Tu Wanqing did not believe that Yi Xing had the qualifications to enter the 3rd tier. Today, when he saw Yi Xing cultivating on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, he was instantly enraged. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the qualifications to cultivate on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower? Absolutely not, Tu Wanqing concluded in his heart. Thus, Tu Wanqing ignored the taboo and attacked the door of the cultivation room. The main reason why he ignored the taboo was that he did not put Yi Xing, a ninth-star venerable lord, in his eyes. Yi Xing looked at Tu Wanqing and said, "Do you know the consequences of attacking the door of the cultivation room when others are cultivating?" Tu Wanqing grinned and said, "Consequences? The consequences are for you to come out and go to the first tier that belongs to you. Otherwise..." Tu Wanqing clenched his fists and twisted his body. All the bones in his body crackled. "Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Xing said, "Lin Chao has already been defeated by me. According to the sect rules, I belong to the second tier and have the qualifications to cultivate on the second floor. You attacked the door of the cultivation room and disturbed my cultivation. How are you going to compensate me?" Yi Xing defeating Lin Chao was not a secret. Star Cloud Continent's disciples cared about their reputation and would not speak of it, but Star Crescent Continent's disciples did not care about their reputation. The news had already spread. Some disciples had already heard of this battle. The disciples of the second tier were all 3-star kings, and they did not believe it. Therefore, the disciples on the second floor of the cultivation tower were looking at Tu Wanqing and Yi Xing with great interest. If the two fought, they would be able to verify whether Yi Xing had really defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wanqing had just returned from the Enlightenment Mountain. In order to focus on comprehending the Tao, he had turned off the communication bead, so he did not know that Yi Xing had defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wanqing's cultivation was at the late 3rd level of the Astral Sea Realm, only a step away from the peak 3rd level. His strength was strong, and among the disciples of the second tier, he was one of the strongest. Even Lin Chao, who was also an outstanding disciple of the second tier, was somewhat inferior in front of Tu Wanqing. However, Tu Wanqing also knew that even if he was stronger than Lin Chao, the gap between them was not that big. If Lin Chao was defeated by Yi Xing, wouldn't it mean that he, Tu Wanqing, was also not Yi Xing's opponent? This was something Tu Wanqing would never believe. Chapter 772. Hee. Tu Wanqing stared at Yi Xing and laughed. "You still want compensation? Fine, I'll compensate you and reward you with a few slaps on the face." As his voice fell, Tu Wanqing's aura soared. A surge of terrifying power erupted from his body, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Tu Wanqing punched out. Like a thunderclap, the void in front of him shattered as he punched towards Yi Xing's face. On the second floor of the cultivation pagoda, there were cultivation rooms on all sides. In the middle was a large hall that was only 10 meters long and wide. For a king, a distance of 10 miles could be covered in an instant. Now that there was less than 10 meters between them, it was simply a close combat battle. Tu Wanqing's punch didn't even take a tenth of an instant to hit Yi Xing. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xing wasn't inferior to any low-step king. Yi Xing's figure instantly disappeared, and Tu Wanqing's lightning-fast punch missed. The space was small, and Tu Wanqing's fist aura was contained within his fist. Although the momentum didn't seem vast, its power wasn't small at all. Where Yi Xing stood, the space was instantly shattered by the fist aura. When his punch missed, Tu Wanqing heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and his senses were extremely sharp. Without even turning his head, he punched out. Bang! Fist and finger collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Tu Wanqing felt as if his fist had been shot by an arrow, and there was a piercing pain. His body couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Yi Xing, he had neutralized Tu Wanqing's fist aura without even taking half a step back. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. In just the first round, the spectating disciples were certain that Yi Xing's victory over Lin Chao was not a lie. A 9th-star venerable lord had defeated a 3-star king. This was simply unbelievable. When the spectating disciples confirmed this result, they were incomparably shocked. The one who was the most shocked was Tu Wanqing. The fist aura was fierce, and the finger aura was sharp. When his fist clashed with Yixing's finger, he felt a piercing pain, but he was still pushed back. This meant that his strength was inferior, and the gap between them wasn't small. Whoosh, the void shattered. Yixing stabbed out with another finger like an arrow piercing through the air. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was too fast. Only a tenth of a breath of time had passed after exchanging blows. Only king-level existences could see it clearly. Those below the king level probably couldn't see anything. Tu Wanqing immediately used his astrology, and a bright starlight soared into the sky. It was an extreme earth element astrology. Using astrology, Tu Wanqing's strength soared. His body was covered in a yellow glow. Regardless of whether it was his attack or defense, both had increased by several folds. Yixing's astral finger arrow was shattered by Tu Wanqing's punch. Yixing felt the pain coming from his fingertips and immediately retreated. The situation was instantly reversed. Tu Wanqing's strength was indeed higher than Lin Chao's by a notch. Yixing actually had an irresistible pressure when he did not use his astrology. Tu Wanqing's punch repelled Yixing, but there was no joy on his face because Yixing had yet to use his astrology. "Kill!" Tu Wanqing shouted. His astral energy exploded to the limit, and his speed increased to the limit. He unleashed his strongest punch, attacking Yixing with extreme speed. Yixing used his arrow intent and his body as an arrow. He instantly shattered the void and dodged to the side, as if he had teleported. Tu Wanqing's punch missed. Boom! Tu Wanqing's punches were as fast as lightning. After his first punch missed, his second punch was already flying towards Yixing. The space of over 10 meters was too narrow. Tu Wanqing's fist force had enveloped the entire space. No matter where Yixing tried to hide, Tu Wanqing would know in an instant, and his attack would arrive in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Tu Wanqing threw out 10 punches. Yixing's body was like an arrow, and he dodged 10 times in a row. Even the 3 Star Kings who were spectating the battle were dazzled by the speed of the battle. "Dodge? Let's see how many times you can dodge my attacks," Tu Wanqing shouted. As a late 3-Star King, his astral energy was extremely dense. Although such fast attacks consumed a lot of his astral energy, he could still hold on for 2 hours without any problem. It was a long story, but the battle between the two had only lasted a little more than a breath's time. Every move and style had reached their limits, and a breath's time was enough for them to exchange 10 blows. Xiao! Suddenly, a fiery red starlight soared into the sky. The illusory image of a blazing star appeared in the sky. Yixing had used an extreme-grade flame star. Tu Wanqing's cultivation was profound, his speed was also very fast, and his defense was also very strong. Even if it was a first-grade disciple, it would not be easy to defeat him. Yixing did not intend to waste time with him, so he used his astrology. The flame star image poured down a surging flame star power, and Yixing was like a flame god. His whole body was red, and there were flames burning in the void. The power of the extreme fire star aspect combined with the perfect fire grand momentum caused Yixing's power to increase exponentially. In an instant, the power of Yixing's attack had increased by a large margin. "Lose for me!" Yixing shouted, and his finger shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the void and shot towards Tu Wanqing. This time, the astral finger arrow was covered in a layer of scarlet flames, and its might was more than 10 times stronger than before. Just the terrifying might it revealed made every single 3-Star King present feel a sense of suffocation. Tu Wanqing's expression changed. From Yixing's finger, he felt like he was facing Tu Qianzhong. It was an absolute pressure, and it made his heart tremble instinctively. Although he was afraid, deep in his heart, Tu Wanqing was more angry. He was a 3-Star King, a genius of the Star Blood continent. He could not tolerate being defeated by a 9-star venerable lord. Roar! Tu Wanqing's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he roared like a mad lion. He unleashed all his power. Under such a crazy state, he had almost surpassed his limit, and he unleashed 120% of his power. Terrifying power condensed in his fists, and they bloomed with a bright yellow light. It was as if they had turned golden. In an instant, the golden fist collided with the scarlet flame arrow-like astral finger. There was no explosion as expected, and there was no violent explosion. At the moment when the fist and finger collided, the airflow in all directions surged towards the point of collision, as if there was a strong suction force. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and there was only silence. This process only lasted half a blink of an eye. Puff! Tu Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. A terrifying airwave was instantly generated, and it covered the entire hall. The airwave was so strong that the 3-star king disciples could not open their eyes, and they quickly retreated into the cultivation room. Bang! Tu Wanqing crashed into the wall, and he was stuck on the wall for a breath's time before he fell to the ground. Chapter 773. Soon, the 3-star kings who had retreated into the cultivation rooms rushed out. Looking at Yi Xing standing in the middle of the hall and Tu Wanqing who had fallen down the wall, all the disciples were dumbfounded. Tu Wanqing stood up with difficulty and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he almost fell down. Obviously, Tu Wanqing's injuries were not light. Attacking the door of someone's cultivation room when they were cultivating was a taboo. Yi Xing naturally wanted Tu Wanqing to suffer the consequences and pay the price. Tu Wanqing leaned against the wall, and after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he finally caught his breath and looked at Yi Xing fiercely. 2 to 3 breaths of time was very short for mortals or ordinary warriors. However, to a king who could attack more than 10 times in one breath, it was a very long time. With a king's vitality, ordinary injuries could be suppressed in less than half a breath. Tu Wanqing spent 2 to 3 breaths of time to suppress his injuries, which showed how serious his injuries were. Ever since he entered the Dark Star Divine Palace, Tu Wanqing had never suffered such a serious injury. In fact, in his 30 years of life, he had only suffered such a serious injury twice. Therefore, Tu Wanqing looked at Yi Xing with eyes full of anger and viciousness. Facing Tu Wanqing's anger and viciousness, Yi Xing's expression was normal as he said, "When I was cultivating, you attacked the door of my cultivation room. This is a taboo. Even if I crippled you today, the Peak Master wouldn't think that I went overboard. Now I'm just giving you a small lesson, and you can't take it?" Tu Wanqing was about to speak, but Yi Xing had already shouted, "Even if you can't take it, you have to take it. If you're not convinced, next time when I'm cultivating, you can attack the door as much as you want. However, next time, it won't be so simple. I'll still break your meridians and cripple your cultivation. Get lost." The only way to deal with a fierce person was to be even fiercer. Yi Xing's words had completely destroyed Tu Wanqing's momentum. Although Tu Wanqing was still angry, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Yi Xing, and left in a sorry state. As soon as Tu Wanqing left, Yi Xing became the focus of all the 3-star King Realm disciples. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the disciples. The disciples felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They didn't dare to meet his gaze and retreated into the cultivation rooms. Yi Xing also entered cultivation room number 8 and took out his communication bead. Soon, the communication bead received a message. As Yi Xing had expected, the message was sent by Tu Qianzhong, the number 1 figure in the Starblood continent. Tu Qianzhong said, "Boy, you should be glad that I'm at Enlightenment Mountain. Otherwise, I would definitely crush your wretched bones. However, don't be too happy. There's still a month before the year-long competition for the new disciples begins. At that time, I will let all the disciples hear your screams. Just you wait." Yi Xing smiled casually. Tu Qianzhong was indeed famous on the 10th peak, But he couldn't scare Yi Xing. Yi Xing had already comprehended the three great forces of heaven and earth to perfection, and he had also comprehended a martial intent in his Tao of archery. Let alone the 10th peak, even if it were the entire 10 peaks, as long as they were outer court disciples, Yi Xing wouldn't fear anyone. Although Tu Qianzhong was strong, he wasn't necessarily the number one disciple of the 10th peak. He couldn't be compared to the number one figures of the other 9 peaks. How could Yi Xing be afraid of him? Yi Xing replied to Tu Qianzhong, "I'll wait for you. Don't let me down." Tu Qianzhong replied quickly, "I won't let you down. I will only make you despair." Lu Li. Tu Qianzhong. It seems that the year-long competition for the new disciples won't be peaceful. Well, I'll settle all the grudges at that time. If I don't beat you down, you won't know who the real overlord of the 10th peak is. Yi Xing thought to himself. He was looking forward to the upcoming new disciple competition. The news of Tu Wanqing being defeated by Yi Xing on the second level of the cultivation tower quickly spread among the disciples of the 10th peak. This time, there were more than 10 disciples who had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. They came from different mid-sized continents, and the news was spread much more widely than the battle between Yi Xing and Lin Chao. Yi Xing was originally a special person on the 10th peak. Now, even the 3-star king Tu Wanqing had been defeated by Yi Xing. When the disciples of the 10th peak heard the news, most of them were full of admiration for Yi Xing, a 9th-star venerable lord. Yi Xing's reputation on the 10th peak was naturally great. His reputation was so strong that he could catch up with the 8 disciples of the first level. Because of the impact of the battle with Tu Wanqing, the news of Yi Xing and Lin Chao's battle spread like wildfire. Almost all the disciples of the 10th peak knew that Yi Xing had offended Lu Li and Tu Qianzhong, 2 disciples of the first level. Yi Xing, Lu Li, and Tu Qianzhong would have a battle sooner or later. Currently, Lu Li and Tu Qianzhong were both in Enlightenment Mountain and would not return easily. However, when the 1-year period was up, all the new disciples would have to leave Enlightenment Mountain and a battle would be held. All the disciples knew that the battle between Yi Xing, Lu Li, and Tu Qianzhong would definitely take place during the competition. All the disciples were looking forward to the competition. They wanted to know the limit of Yi Xing's strength as a 9th-star venerable lord. Could Yi Xing's strength be compared to the disciples of the first level? Everything would be revealed in the new disciple competition. The last month passed under the anticipation of the disciples. The 1-year period of the new disciples had finally arrived. Ming Feng had closed the cultivation tower a day earlier. Enlightenment Mountain was also sealed, and the disciples inside returned to their own peaks. Yi Xing had been cultivating on the second floor of the cultivation tower for more than 4 months. The results were better than cultivating in his residence for a year. His cultivation base had stabilized to the peak of the 9th layer. Peak of the 9th layer of Astral Reaching Realm was only a step away from the first layer of Astral Reaching Realm. But in reality, it was the difference between a venerable and a king. It was a breakthrough of a major realm. For many martial artists, this was an extremely difficult barrier to break through. Even for martial artists with king's mandate and above, breaking through from venerable to king would require a long time. According to Yi Xing's estimation, if he were to continue cultivating in the cultivation tower, he would need another year or so to break through to Astral Sea Realm and become a king. With my strength, if I use all my trump cards and return to the Star Continent, I should be able to battle with Supreme King Meng Tai, and even defeat him. At that time, Brother He Biao and I will definitely be able to kill Meng Tai. At that time, the Great Yuan dynasty will have no leader, and will be destroyed in one fell swoop. The night before the competition, Yi Xing didn't think about the next day's battle. Instead, his thoughts returned to the Star Continent. He thought of Wei Qinxian, He Biao, and Hua Tianfeng. I wonder how they are now. Yi Xing couldn't wait to return. His gaze gradually became firm. No one could stop him from going home. Chapter 774. The grand competition for the new disciples began as scheduled. On this day, the 10 peaks of the outer court were bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of each peak were gathered at the square at the foot of the mountain. As usual, there were 2 stages to the competition. The first stage was the group battle of the top 100. The new disciples would be divided into 50 groups, and the first and second of each group would be ranked in the top 100. The second stage was the point ranking competition. The top 100 disciples would fight against each other. A win would earn them 1 point, a draw would not earn them any points, and a loss would deduct 1 point. The final points would determine the ranking of the disciples, and the top 10 would be qualified to enter the heavenly bow continent. In the first stage, Yi Xing was assigned to the 25th group. He was the seeded contestant of that group. There was another seeded contestant in that group, who was ranked in the 3rd level and was a 2-star peak king. In the end, Yi Xing was ranked first in his group and entered the top 100. There was no dark horse in the second place of his group, and it was the 2-star peak king. In the first stage there were many matches. Even though they were divided into different groups, it still took a day to determine the top 100. The disciples who entered the top 100 were all ranked in the top 3 levels. There were no dark horses. In the first stage, the only dark horse was Feng Xiaoxiao. After a year, his cultivation had broken through to become a 9th-star venerable lord. His strength had increased tremendously, and he had defeated a large number of 2-star kings. However, Feng Xiaoxiao had not broken through to the 9th-star venerable lord level for long, and he had not comprehended sword intent yet. Although his strength was not weak among the 2-star kings, he was still unable to defeat 2-star peak kings and was unable to enter the top 100. On the second day, the grand competition ushered in the more intense second stage, the point ranking competition. In theory, everyone would have to fight against the other 99 people. The point ranking competition would be a very complicated competition. However, the purpose of the grand competition was to select the top 10 to enter the heavenly bow continent. Furthermore, the Dark Star Temple would only reward the top 10. Therefore, the top 10 rankings were determined. After that, the rankings were not important. In order to enter the top 10, one had to obtain at least 90 points. Every loss would result in a deduction of 1 point. This meant that as long as one lost or tied 10 matches, even if one won all the other 89 matches, one would not be able to enter the top 10. Therefore, there was a rule in the competition. Any disciple who entered the top 100 would be eliminated if they lost or tied for 10 matches in the second stage of the competition. After that, they would not need to compete with other disciples and would be judged as a failure to save time. The point ranking competition was the main event of the new disciple competition. It was no longer held in different areas, but in the arena in the middle of the square. All the disciples were there to watch. Among all the disciples, the ones with the loudest cheers were the 8 disciples who were ranked in the first level. Their strength was at the peak of the 3-star king level, and some of them had even reached the 4-star king level. As for the other 2 spots, some people thought highly of the outstanding disciples in the second level. In addition, Yi Xing also had a group of people who thought he would enter the top 10. Tu Wanxing was one of the top disciples in the second level. He had already been defeated by Yi Xing a month ago, and this battle record naturally made many disciples have full confidence in him. However, no one thought of Yi Xing as the number 1 candidate. Tu Qianzhang, Zheng Haoyu, and Gao Jian were the most popular contenders for the number 1 spot. Soon it was Yi Xing's turn. His opponent was not weak, and was one of the outstanding disciples in the second level, named Zhen Dongyue. Zhen Dongyue was a woman who was as cold as ice. White cold air floated around her body. Obviously, her attainments in the water element and ice element were extraordinary. Among the disciples in the second level, Zhen Dongyue's fame was even higher than Tu Wanxing's, because the two had fought before. It was before Tu Wanqing went to the Enlightenment Mountain. He had once flirted with Zhen Dongyue because of her beauty. As a result, Zhen Dongyue was enraged, and the two had fought for almost 100 moves. In the end, Tu Wanqing was defeated by Zhen Dongyue. Among the disciples in the second level, there were a few who were most likely to enter the top 10. Tu Wanqing was not one of them, but Zhen Dongyue was. On the arena, Zhen Dongyue looked at Yi Xing and said, "You are very young. I can feel your life force. You are younger than all the disciples, and you have not become a king, but you can already defeat Tu Wanqing. Your strength is also shocking. However, it is a pity that your first opponent is me, Zhen Dongyue. Under my cold air attack, your strength will be greatly affected, and you will not be able to display your full strength. As time passes, the restrictions on you will become stronger. If you fight with me, you will definitely lose." Yi Xing smiled indifferently. That may not be the case. Zhen Dongyue's expression was as cold as ice and said, "Then I will use facts to tell you the result. Take this." As soon as her voice fell, a starlight soared into the sky. Zhen Dongyue had used her astrology, and it was an extremely cold ice astrology. It increased her cold air greatly, and the entire arena was covered with a layer of frost. A pair of silver-white upper-grade profound weapon gloves instantly appeared on her hands. Whoosh! Zhen Dongyue's palm was like 1,000 mountains covered in snow. Countless snowflakes mixed with the cold wind covered the entire arena. Yi Xing had nowhere to hide. Whoosh! A scarlet starlight soared into the sky. Yi Xing had used his fire astrology. Yi Xing did not need to retreat. His fire astrology was at the peak of the extreme astrology. The scorching aura instantly dispersed the cold air. The reason why Zhen Dongyue's palm was so strong was because of the cold air. It could affect the opponent's strength and limit them. When the cold air was dispersed, the power of his palm was reduced by 1 level. Yi Xing pointed out a finger. His finger was like an arrow, burning with scarlet flames. It gathered the power of the fire astrology and surging fire yuan qi. Its power was shocking, and its speed was extremely fast. As soon as the arrow was released, the palm that had enveloped the entire arena collapsed. Yi Xing's fingertip appeared in front of Zhen Dongyue in an instant. Zhen Dongyue's expression changed drastically. She had never expected that her cold air would have no effect on Yi Xing. Yi Xing's counterattack would be so fierce and fast. As one of the best among the 3 Star Kings, Zhen Dongyue's reaction was extremely fast. Even though Yi Xing's finger was out of her expectations, she still instinctively waved her palm to block the finger. Bang! With a crisp sound, the qi that had gathered in Zhen Dongyue's palm was instantly shattered. She felt an intense piercing pain coming from her palm. That sharp aura had actually pierced through her high-grade profound weapon glove. Zhen Dongyue retracted her palm as if she had been electrocuted. Her body was instantly sent flying out of the arena. Yi Xing had won his first battle. Even the top disciples of the second level were easily defeated by him. Chapter 775. Zhen Dongyue was already one of the most powerful disciples in the second level. Even Zhen Dongyue wasn't a match for Yi Xing. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing's strength was enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the 8 disciples in the first level. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the following battles, Yi Xing swept all the way. Just like the 8 disciples in the first level, he won every battle. King-level warriors attacked as fast as lightning. In one breath, they could exchange more than a dozen moves. Unless the opponent's strength was on par with theirs, the battles would end very quickly. 2 hours had passed, and many disciples had already been eliminated because they had lost or tied more than 10 matches. Most of the disciples were also losing. There were only 9 people left who had a perfect record. Apart from the 8 disciples in the first level, Yi Xing was the only one. The 9 people who had a perfect record hadn't fought with each other yet. The battle between them was undoubtedly the battle that the disciples were looking forward to the most. Next battle, Lu Li versus Yi Xing. An outer sect deacon's loud and clear voice sounded. The disciples immediately quieted down and became spirited. Yi Xing raised his eyebrows. There was bound to be a battle between him and Lu Li. He didn't expect that the first battle between him and the 8 disciples in the first level would be Lu Li. However, Yi Xing had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Yi Xing flashed like a stream of light and entered the arena in an instant. At the same time, on the opposite side of the arena, a man in a red robe came up. He was emitting a scorching aura. There seemed to be invisible flames burning on his body, causing the air around him to be distorted. It was Lu Li. Lu Li raised his hand and took out a golden fan. It was a Xian weapon of the upper grade. He opened the fan and waved it. Instantly, a hot wind blew up and his black hair flew up. Yi Xing, it's finally our turn. Are you ready to let all the disciples hear your mournful screams? Lu Li waved the fan and said to Yi Xing with a smile. Yi Xing smiled. He, too, let out a scorching qi and energy. His force of fire at the complete realm began to move. Vast amounts of primordial energy of fire gathered from the void around him. Yi Xing's power was not inferior to Lu Li's. Yi Xing's understanding of the force of fire was higher than Lu Li's, which made up for the difference in cultivation. The illusory flames burned on Yi Xing's body, forming translucent waves that were visible to the naked eye. Yi Xing was like a messenger of fire. He stared at Lu Li and said calmly, You think too highly of yourself. Lu Li's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura. He chuckled and said, You're the one who thinks too highly of yourself. You're only a 9th star, venerable lord. Do you really think you're invincible in the outer sect? Occupying disciples of the 2nd level is your limit. In front of me, Lu Li, there is only defeat for you. With that said, Lu Li used his astrology. A ray of starlight shot up to the sky. An extreme level of fire floated in the sky, pouring down a vast amount of fire star power. Lu Li's fire burned even more fiercely. His qi was like an erupting volcano. Swish, 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 Lu Li waved his saber. With 4 sharp sounds, blades of fire danced in the sky at a speed faster than the speed of sound. They attacked Yi Xing densely. Lu Li's strength was not ordinary to be ranked in the 1st level. Once he made a move, his aura was vast and mighty. Tu Wanqing, Zhen Dongyue, and the other disciples of the 2nd level could not compare to him. Lu Li only used one move. Among the 3-star kings, less than 1 out of 100 could withstand it. Any disciple of the 2nd level would be defeated by this move. However, Yi Xing was not a disciple of the 2nd level. While Yi Xing used the force of fire, he also used the force of wind. The wind whistled. The primordial energy of wind surrounded Yi Xing, forming a huge whirlpool of wind. The wind aided the fire, making it stronger. The fire aided the wind, making the wind stronger. Yi Xing's astral arrow intent circulated and burst out. Strands of astral energy shot out of his body like dazzling arrows. They contained extreme penetrative power. The power of wind and fire merged into the astral arrows. Countless astral arrows burned with raging flames. They flew around Yi Xing along with the whirlpool, spreading out in all directions. The flame blades that were attacking Yi Xing were struck by the astral star arrows, and they were all shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yi Xing's aura was slightly stronger than Lu Li's. Around the arena, the disciples who were watching the battle were watching intently. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they had already expected that Yi Xing's strength had reached the 1st level, Yi Xing was still only a 9th star venerable lord. In the eyes of these disciples, no matter how strong Yi Xing was, he could only contend with a disciple of the 1st level. Who would have thought that Yi Xing's strength would reach such a level? It looked like he was about to suppress Lu Li. It was unbelievable. Lu Li was also shocked by Yi Xing's strength. He didn't dare to believe that a mere 9th-star venerable lord could erupt with such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had gained the upper hand. Countless astral arrows were launched at Lu Li in retaliation. Fire dance 6 illusions. Lu Li shouted. His figure suddenly flashed and turned into 6 phantoms. The 6 phantoms were as fast as lightning. They attacked Yi Xing from different directions. Lu Li was proficient in the way of fire. This move, 6 illusions dance of fire, was something he had comprehended from the way of fire. It was extremely mysterious. Once it was executed, only 1 in 10,000 people of the same realm could withstand it. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xing didn't fear any low-level king. Even among mid-level kings, it was difficult to compare with Yi Xing. In an instant, Yi Xing withdrew the astral arrows. Arrow intent attached to his body. Using his body as an arrow, he changed his position 6 times in an instant as if he had teleported. In an instant, the 6 phantoms' attacks all missed. How was this possible? Lu Li was shocked. His fire dance 6 illusions wasn't just an illusion. Although only one of the 6 phantoms was real, the other 5 weren't completely illusory. Instead, they had powerful offensive power. Therefore, as long as one of the 6 phantoms' attacks hit, it could severely injure the opponent. Ever since Lu Li comprehended the fire dance 6 illusions, he had never met a king of the same realm who could completely avoid it, let alone a warrior with a lower cultivation. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 9th-star venerable lord. He wasn't even a king, and his cultivation was much lower than Lu Li's. Yet, he was able to completely dodge the 6 illusions. How could Lu Li not be shocked? Man and fan as one, cut! Lu Li shouted angrily. The 6 phantoms merged into one, and their strength erupted to the limit. The fan slashed out, and the fiery blade slashed down like a heavenly blade. In any case, the arena was only so big. When Lu Li used his full strength, his attack range covered the entire arena. No matter how amazing the movement technique was, it couldn't avoid his attack. Therefore, Lu Li threw away all restraints and used his full strength to attack with this strongest attack. Chapter 778. He's too powerful. Senior brother Gao Jian comprehended sword intent, but he's still no match for senior brother Zheng Haoyu. It seems like the first place of this competition will be senior brother Zheng Haoyu. Senior brother Gao Jian comprehended sword intent, so his strength should be at the level of a 4-star king. Senior brother Zheng Haoyu is even stronger than senior brother Gao Jian. I'm afraid he's an expert among 4-star kings. Senior brother Zheng Haoyu is indeed powerful, but senior brother Tu Qianzhang's strength is also unfathomable. He has also defeated 2 senior brothers of the 1st level. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than senior brother Zheng Haoyu. Senior brother Gao Jian comprehended sword intent and has the strength to fight for 1st place. Senior brother Zheng Haoyu defeated senior brother Gao Jian, but it's different from senior brother Tu Qianzhang, who defeated senior sister Yu Feifei and senior brother Zhen Zihan. Indeed, if senior brother Zheng Haoyu really wants to take 1st place, even if there's a variable, this variable will only happen to senior brother Tu Qianzhang. Around the arena, the disciples were whispering. After Zheng Haoyu defeated Gao Jian, his popularity soared. Most of the disciples believed that Zheng Haoyu would definitely take 1st place. However, there were still some disciples who believed that Tu Qianzhang's strength might not be below Zheng Haoyu's. Without fighting, the outcome couldn't be determined. They believed that Tu Qianzhang still had a chance to take 1st place. Although Yi Xing was also listed as a strong contender for 1st place, Zheng Haoyu's defeat of Gao Jian had obviously raised the level of strength. Therefore, Yi Xing was instinctively excluded from the top contenders. After all, Yi Xing was only a 9-star venerable lord. His cultivation was too low. The reason why he caused such a commotion wasn't because his strength had reached the level of Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhang. It was because his strength was relatively shocking compared to his cultivation. However, the battle for first place wasn't about strength and cultivation, but about one's true strength. Even if one had potential, even if one had great achievements in the future, that was still the future. Right now, Yi Xing was naturally ignored by the disciples. The battles continued, and the more disciples were eliminated. The chances of the first-level disciples fighting each other also increased. Every few rounds there would be a fight. After Yi Xing defeated Lu Li, the second disciple he met at the first level was Zhen Zihan. Yi Xing was a swordsman, but his strength was not very outstanding. Among the kings of the same realm, he could only be considered to be in the front. He was far from the peak level. Compared to Lu Li, who was practically invincible among the three-star kings, there was still a gap between him and Yi Xing. Naturally, he was not Yi Xing's opponent. Next match, Yi Xing vs Sun Gang. After defeating Zhen Zihan, not long after, it was Yi Xing's turn to go on stage. This time, his opponent was much stronger. After Sun Gang defeated Yu Feifei, he ran into Lu Li. They exchanged dozens of moves before Sun Gang won. Sun Gang was not only strong, but also had a strong defense. Lu Li's attack power was slightly better than Sun Gang's, so he had the upper hand in the beginning. Although his fire blade hit Sun Gang twice, it didn't hurt him. After dozens of moves, Lu Li was only hit once by Sun Gang. He spat out blood and was knocked off the ring. It could be seen that Sun Gang was not easy to deal with. The stronger Sun Gang was, the stronger Zheng Haoyu was. Sun Gang's physique was strong. He was 2 meters tall with well-developed muscles. He was full of explosive power, like an iron tower. He carried a pitch-black iron rod on his shoulder. It was incomparably heavy, weighing more than 10,000 pounds. In front of Sun Gang, Yi Xing, who was 1.8 meters tall, seemed a little short. Sun Gang looked down at Yi Xing, grinned, and said in a muffled voice, "Yi Xing, I saw your battle with Lu Li. I was surprised that you could beat him. But this time, I won't be surprised again. Your attack can't hurt me at all. In front of me, you will lose without a doubt." Yi Xing looked at Sun Gang and smiled. "I also saw your battle with Lu Li. He almost broke your defense. It can be seen that your defense is not as strong as you think. If I want to hurt you, it will be easy." "Ha ha ha ha!" Sun Gang laughed loudly. He stomped the heavy iron rod on the ground and said, "You think it's easy to injure me? I'm standing right here. Come and try. See if you can hurt me." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a bluestone star. It was an extreme earth element astrology. Stone to earth was like ice to water. In terms of defense, the petrified earth element astrology was better than the normal earth element astrology. At the same time, Sun Gang circulated his astral energy, and a layer of stony defensive layer instantly appeared on the surface of his body. The defensive effect was even better than that of a high-grade, profound-grade inner armor. Without the attacking power of a mid-step king, it would be impossible to break through this layer of stony defense. Sun Gang patted his chest loudly and laughed loudly. "Come on. Didn't you say you can hurt me easily? Come on." All the disciples' eyes were focused on Yi Xing. Yi Xing's strength was indeed shocking. However, Sun Gang's defense was as strong as a wall. Lu Li's attack power was strong enough. It was the limit of a 3-star king, but it couldn't break Sun Gang's defense. Even if Yi Xing's attack power was stronger than Lu Li's, in the eyes of the disciples, it wouldn't be much stronger. It would be difficult for him to hurt Sun Gang. On the other side of the stage, Yi Xing looked at Sun Gang, who was patting his chest, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He immediately used the fire astrology. At the same time, the arrow intent and astral energy were activated. Yi Xing's aura burst out in an instant. However, in Sun Gang's eyes, in the eyes of the disciples, it was still not enough. Yi Xing had used all these methods before. However, with the attack power that Yi Xing had shown, he couldn't break Sun Gang's defense. Sun Gang laughed and said, "Is that it? Yi Xing, with your current performance, you still have a long way to go if you want to hurt me." Yi Xing raised his hand and a bow that seemed to be burning with red flames appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade Xian Bao red flame bow. With the bow in hand, Yi Xing's aura changed in an instant. Its sharpness increased by more than 10 times. Ever since Yi Xing comprehended the arrow intent, the astral energy in his body changed. He could use his body as a bow and astral energy as an arrow. He had never directly used a bow to fight an enemy. However, the arrow intent and the archer were the best combination. It was like a swordsman who comprehended the sword intent. Only by using a sword could he display the greatest power. The arrow intent also needed a bow and arrow to fully display its brilliance. With the red flame bow in hand, Yi Xing instantly drew the bow. The astral energy on the bowstring condensed into an arrow. The sharpness was 10 times stronger than the astral energy directly condensed into an arrow. Although the strength of the arrow remained the same, its penetrative power and destructive power had greatly increased. What kind of defense could withstand this arrow? Chapter 779. The smile on Sun Gang's face froze the moment the arrow locked onto him. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Yi Xing's arrow was too powerful, causing him to feel an instinctive fear. The more powerful a martial artist was, the more confident he would be, and the more sensitive his senses would be. He would naturally be able to sense attacks that were difficult to block. At this moment, Sun Gang felt that it was difficult to block Yi Xing's arrow. It was as if he would be severely injured as soon as Yi Xing shot the arrow. No. Impossible. Sun Gang got rid of the fear in his heart and strengthened his confidence. He's only a 9th star supremacy. No matter how strong he is, there's a limit to his strength. He can't hurt me. Impossible. Sun Gang used all his strength to activate the astral energy and the power of his astrology to the maximum. The stone defense on the surface of his body emitted a green glow and seemed to be flowing with light. He held the black iron staff tightly with both hands and was on high alert. He was ready to shoot down Yi Xing's arrow at any time. Whoosh! Suddenly, the arrow in Yi Xing's hand left the bowstring and shot out explosively. Even though the disciples had fixed their eyes on Yi Xing without blinking, they only saw a flash of light and lost track of the arrow. The speed of this arrow was too fast. When the arrow's speed reached a certain level, it could break through the void. The air was the only resistance. Therefore, when the arrow's penetrating power was strong enough and its aura was sharp enough, the speed at which it pierced through the air would be greatly increased. With the arrow intent, Yi Xing's arrow's penetrating power increased by more than 10 times. The arrow's speed was naturally extremely fast, almost surpassing the passage of time. Among the disciples of the 10th peak, the number of people who could barely see the trajectory of Yi Xing's arrow could not be counted on one hand. Although Sun Gang's defense was strong, his reaction was not top-notch, so he was not included. When the arrow left the bowstring and the light flashed, Sun Gang knew that he could not block the arrow. The only way to deal with it was to dodge. Although Yi Xing's arrow was extremely fast, he was still confident that he could dodge it if he moved within a small area. However, just as Sun Gang thought of dodging, he was shocked to discover that the space around him had become viscous. The air was like a stream of water, creating a great resistance. How fast was Yi Xing's arrow? It happened in an instant. There wasn't even the passage of time. Sun Gang's body moved. Originally, he was going to change his position in an instant, but the air resistance caused his speed to slow down for a moment. Although it was less than 1/10 of a blink of an eye, it was more than enough time for Yi Xing to shoot an arrow. The astral arrow struck Sun Gang's body from an unexpected angle. That layer of stone defense was instantly penetrated by the arrow. The sharp arrow pierced through Sun Gang's stone defense, piercing through his inner armor and cutting into his body. The intense pain caused Sun Gang to cry out in pain. His body involuntarily flew backwards and fell onto the arena. Hiss! All the disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The result of this battle was once again out of their expectations. No one had thought that Yi Xing would be able to defeat Sun Gang in a single move. The fearsomeness of that arrow struck fear into the hearts of all the disciples. Yi Xing wins, 1 point added. Sun Gang loses, 1 point deducted. Yi Xing continued to maintain his winning streak, ending Sun Gang's winning streak. At this point, only Yi Xing, Zheng Haoyu, and Tu Qianzhong had a winning streak. The latter two were the hot candidates for first place. However, Yi Xing's defeat of Sun Gang gave some disciples a thought. Perhaps Yi Xing was also in the competition for first place? Of course, this was just a thought. If they wanted to be sure, they had to at least cross the mountain known as Gaojian. Although Gaojian did not maintain a winning streak, he was one of the initial candidates for first place. There was no doubt about his strength. Yi Xing's qualification to compete for first place had to be tested by Gaojian. If he could defeat Gaojian, then he definitely had the strength to compete for first place. If he could not defeat Gaojian, then competing for first place would be completely meaningless. Yi Xing and Sun Gang's battle did not last long. Soon, it was the turn of the first-level disciples. This time, it was Tu Qianzhong against Gaojian. This would be yet another battle between the pinnacle. Not only that, Tu Qianzhong was the same as Yi Xing, he would also have to face Gaojian. Although Tu Qianzhong was powerful and famous, no one dared to say that Tu Qianzhong could win against Gaojian. Like Yi Xing, Tu Qianzhong would only be qualified to compete with Zheng Haoyu for first place if he defeated Gaojian. If he lost to Gaojian, then he would have no chance at first place. In the arena, Gaojian and Tu Qianzhong stood facing each other. Gaojian's sword aura was surging and extremely sharp. It contained the aura of sword intent that swept across the area. In the previous battle between Zheng Haoyu and Gaojian, Zheng Haoyu was suppressed by Gaojian's sword aura. It could be seen how strong Gaojian's sword aura was. Ha ha ha! Tu Qianzhong laughed in the face of Gaojian's sword aura suppression. He did not care. With his laughter, an illusory saber shadow appeared above his head. A terrifying aura that could cut off heaven and earth instantly erupted. Tu Qianzhong smiled and said, "Martial intent I also have." Saber intent. It's saber intent. Senior brother Tu Qianzhong actually comprehended saber intent at Enlightenment Mountain. My God, senior brother Tu Qianzhong's strength is very powerful. He could compete with Gaojian. Now that he has comprehended saber intent, how can Gaojian be his opponent? The disciples suddenly exclaimed, their voices shaking. At this time, the battle had already begun. As soon as Tu Qianzhong's voice fell, he used astrology, took out a high-grade black saber, and slashed out. The attack was swift and fierce, shrouding the entire arena. Tu Qianzhong's saber technique was originally overbearing. Now that it contained saber intent, its power was on another level. He attacked Gaojian fiercely, one saber strike after another. Even though Gaojian had comprehended sword intent and his sword moves were as powerful as thunder, he was still suppressed by Tu Qianzhong's saber technique. In the 12th saber strike, Gaojian could not withstand it. He was sent flying by Tu Qianzhong's saber and lost the battle. Tu Qianzhong withdrew his astrology, saber, and aura. However, his black hair was flying, and there was still a kind of overbearing momentum. His eyes revealed arrogance. First, he glanced at Zheng Haoyu to show that he was not afraid of Zheng Haoyu. Then, he looked at Yi Xing with a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Xing felt the words in Tu Qianzhong's eyes. "Boy, I'll wait for you." Yi Xing's expression was as usual. He did not feel any pressure against Tu Qianzhong. If he entered the top 10, he would be qualified to go to the Heavenly Bao continent. Yi Xing's goal had been achieved. As for the final ranking, he would try his best, but he did not care. Yi Xing was certain to enter the top 10. No matter how powerful Tu Qianzhong was, he could not shake his mind. Chapter 780. In this battle, Tu Qianzhong's strength was beyond the disciples' expectations. Before this, Zheng Haoyu was the most popular candidate for first place, but after this battle, Tu Qianzhong's voice also rose, and he was on par with Zheng Haoyu. Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhong's fame attracted the disciples' attention. Naturally, Yi Xing was ignored. Few people would compare Yi Xing with Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhong in the battle for first place. The competition continued. More and more disciples were eliminated. Yi Xing went through a few more battles, and his opponents were defeated one by one. Among them was Yu Feifei, who was in the first place. Next battle, Gao Jian vs. Yi Xing. After a few battles without any suspense, Yi Xing was once again facing a heavyweight opponent. The disciples' spirits were also lifted. The battle between Yi Xing and Gao Jian was very important. Gao Jian's strength was undoubtedly strong. Whether it was Zheng Haoyu or Tu Qianzhong, they both used more than 10 moves to defeat Gao Jian. If Yi Xing could defeat Gao Jian, he would be on par with Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhong. Of course, this referred to the situation where he could defeat Gao Jian quickly. If the two fought fiercely for more than 100 moves, Yi Xing would naturally not be on par with Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhong, who defeated Gao Jian in less than 10 moves. In the arena, Yi Xing held the crimson flame bow in his hand, and there was an illusory flame burning on his body. He was like a flame emissary, and his momentum was wild and hot. Gao Jian's white robe fluttered, and his sword momentum soared to the sky. Lightning swam around his body, and the void crackled. Gao Jian's sword momentum was strong, but it did not affect Yi Xing's half of the arena. Yi Xing's arrow was unexpectedly released, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking the suppression of the sword intent. Yi Xing said, "Senior brother Gao Jian, I have to thank you." Gao Jian naturally understood what Yi Xing was talking about. He smiled calmly and said, "I'm just following my heart. There's no need to thank me." Pausing for a moment, Gao Jian said, "Don't purposely give in to me because of this. If you respect me, then attack with all your strength. Even if I lose, I'll be satisfied. If you purposely give in, then it'll be a disgrace for me to win this battle." Yi Xing nodded and said, "I'll do my best. Senior martial brother Gao Jian, take this." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing had already drawn his scarlet flame bow. His originally violent aura was now 10 times stronger than before, and an astral arrow was quickly formed. Boom! Gao Jian did not give Yi Xing the chance to successfully condense the arrow. He swung his sword, and the sound of thunder exploded. The sword force was like a thunder dragon that instantly attacked. Technique of the 9 heavens astral travel. Yi Xing attached himself to the arrow will and displayed the lightness skill of the perfection of martial arts. His body flickered like a stream of light and instantly changed his position. The thunder dragon sword force missed. Gao Jian reacted quickly and swept his sword. The moment Yi Xing appeared, the thunder dragon sword force had already pounced on him. The astral arrow had not been completely formed, but Yi Xing had no choice but to deal with this sword. The unformed astral arrow turned into a black flame ripple and shot out. The black flame ripple contained an extremely sharp aura. It cut the thunder dragon sword force in half, and the arrow itself was instantly shattered. 3 thunderbolt swords! Gao Jian roared and leaped up. In an instant, he swung his sword 3 times. The sword will swept in all directions, and the sound of thunder exploded. The entire arena was shaking. 3 streaks of sword force fell from the sky. Each of the streaks of sword force had the power of thunder. The 3 thunderbolt swords enveloped the entire arena, and there was no way to avoid it. Yi Xing stood in his original position and drew a circle with the scarlet flame bow in his hand. Darkness devour. The wind, fire, and darkness primordial qi gathered and formed a black flame vortex. It contained an extremely powerful arrow will that could tear everything apart. The black flame vortex had a terrifying devouring power. It sucked in the 3 streaks of sword force and crushed them into pieces. Gao Jian was stunned. Yi Xing actually had such a unique bow weapon. It was out of his expectations. At this moment, Yi Xing took a step forward. The arrow will pierced through the air and appeared in front of Gao Jian, as if he had teleported. The scarlet flame bow carried the terrifying power of fire as it shot out. Thousand fire thunder. Rumble. The violent flames exploded and let out a thunderous explosion. Its power was terrifying. The fire astral aspect, fire force, and fire primordial qi worked together perfectly at this moment. They exploded and the shadow of the bow was about to shatter the sky. The speed of this attack was too fast. Even though Gao Jian had comprehended the sword will, he still felt flustered. He quickly sealed his sword to defend himself. Bang! The terrifying power collided and Gao Jian felt his arm go numb. Yi Xing took advantage of the situation and continued to move forward. He continued to use the fire bow weapon. Every attack had a terrifying explosion of flames and a thunderous explosion. Gao Jian unleashed his strength to the limit and quickly defended himself. However, he could not reverse the situation and was forced to retreat. In just a dozen moves, Gao Jian was forced to the edge of the arena. Under Yi Xing's suppression, he had no choice but to retreat from the arena and lose this battle. Yi Xing wins, points increase by 1. Gao Jian loses, points decrease by 1. The outer court deacon who presided over the competition immediately announced the result. Yi Xing continued to maintain his winning streak. Like Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhang, he defeated Gao Jian. Yi Xing really won? Yi Xing defeated senior brother Gao Jian. It seems that Yi Xing also has a chance to fight for first place. If a 9th star Venerable Lord takes first place, my God. I can't imagine the result. Yi Xing defeated senior brother Gao Jian in just a dozen moves. He does indeed have the strength to fight for first place. It's different. Senior brother Gao Jian was defeated by senior brother Zheng Haoyu and senior brother Tu Qianzhang and was injured. However, he was able to retreat unscathed against Yi Xing. It can be seen that there is still a gap between Yi Xing and the 2 senior brothers. He won't be in the first round. What if senior brother Gao Jian retreated unscathed because Yi Xing deliberately went easy on him? How is that possible? Senior brother Gao Jian is so strong. Could it be that he held back when fighting with senior brother Gao Jian? Impossible. Below the arena, the disciples discussed animatedly. Yi Xing defeated Gao Jian and displayed his strength. Many disciples included him in the list of contenders for first place. However, there were still many disciples who did not think that Yi Xing was a match for Zheng Haoyu and Tu Qianzhang. They thought that the first place would only appear between the 2 of them. Yi Xing did not care about the opinions of the disciples. He did not care whether he was in first place or not. The key was that if he fought with Tu Qianzhang, he would definitely go all out. Tu Qianzhang would definitely try to injure him in the duel because of Tu Wanqing. Yi Xing would definitely not let him succeed. Instead, he would counterattack. The duel continued. After a dozen more battles, more disciples were eliminated. The duel was nearing its end. Currently, only Yi Xing, Tu Qianzhang, and Zheng Haoyu were still undefeated. The disciples were looking forward to the duels between the 3 of them. Not letting down the expectations of the disciples, it didn't take long for a battle between the 3 of them to begin. Next duel, Zheng Haoyu vs. Tu Qianzhang. Chapter 783. The result of the match between Yi Xing and Zheng Haoyu exceeded the disciples' expectations. Only with true battle results could one gain fame. As a 9-star supremacy, Yi Xing was looked down on by the disciples in terms of cultivation. However, after the many battles, his fame gradually rose. Now, Xiao Chen's defeat of Zheng Haoyu shocked everyone. His famed sword, catching up to Tu Qianzhong. No disciple dared to say that Yi Xing was not qualified to fight for the first rank anymore. However, the disciples still believed that Tu Qianzhong had the upper hand in the match between Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhong. His chances of victory were higher. However, all the disciples had to admit that Yi Xing was already a strong contender for the first rank. It was not impossible for him to obtain the first rank. After a dozen more battles, there was only one last battle left in the grand competition. Next battle, Yi Xing versus Tu Qianzhong. All the disciples had been waiting for this battle. When they heard this, they felt energized. These two disciples, who had maintained a clean record, were finally going to fight. The result of this battle would determine who would obtain the first rank in this competition. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhong's figures appeared on the arena at the same time. Senior Brother Tu will win! Senior Brother Tu will win! Tu Qianzhong had many supporters. Many disciples below the arena cheered, their voices sounding like they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The battle for the first rank was the most important in every new disciple competition. Emo Qingyang, Elder Zhao Yuan, and Elder Wu Mingtong, who were watching from afar, did not stop the disciples from cheering. Although they were far away, quasi-gods had very strong eyesight. Everything in the plaza at the foot of the mountain was clearly visible. Emo Qingyang looked at Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhong on the arena. Then, he looked at the two quasi-gods at the side and said, "Junior brothers, who do you think will obtain the first rank?" Yi Xing. Tu Qianzhong. Zhao Yuan and Wu Mingtong spoke at the same time, but they said different names. Emo Qingyang looked at Zhao Yuan and asked, "Junior brother Zhao, how do you know it's Yi Xing?" Zhao Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Throughout this competition, Yi Xing's strength has increased along with the strength of his opponents. It seems to be bottomless, and can always surprise others. I believe that this time, he will surprise me again and—" Zhao Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "He's only a 9th-star Venerable Lord, but his strength has reached the level of a 4-star Venerable Lord. His ability to challenge those at a higher level is truly heaven-defying. In the past 10,000 years, only the Palace Master, the Divine Emperor, had such heaven-defying battle prowess when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Such a heaven-defying monster will definitely stir up a storm in the future." When the Palace Master Divine Emperor was mentioned, Emo Qingyang and Wu Mingtong revealed a respectful expression. After Zhao Yuan finished speaking, Wu Mingtong chuckled and said, "What kind of person is the Palace Master Divine Emperor? It's really inappropriate for junior brother Zhao to compare an outer disciple with him. The gap between them is as vast as the ocean. How can they be compared? The Palace Master Divine Emperor is a true god, while Yi Xing comes from the most ordinary medium continent. Having a quasi-god's fate of 1 or 2 stars is the limit of the limit. They are not on the same level." Zhao Yuan said, "I'm only saying that Yi Xing's strength when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord is comparable to the Palace Master Divine Emperor when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Senior Brother Wu, don't misunderstand. The Palace Master Divine Emperor referred to the Palace Master of the Dark Star Divine Palace. At the same time, he was also the Divine Emperor of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. Only the strongest among true gods could be respectfully addressed as Divine Emperors. The Palace Master of the Dark Star Divine Palace was the strongest among the true gods. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Dark Star Divine Palace, but he was also one of the top existences in the entire flowing light boundary. Both the elders and disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were very respectful towards this Palace Master Divine Emperor. Emo Qingyang looked at Wu Mingtong and said, "Junior brother Wu, why do you think it's Tu Qianzhong?" Wu Mingtong said, "With senior brother Mo's eyesight, you must be able to see the difference in strength between the two. The gap is very small. Tu Qianzhang is a bit stronger, but it's very limited. With Yi Xing's attainments in archery, if they fought in the wilderness, there would be enough space for him to move freely. Tu Qianzhang would definitely not be his opponent. But on the stage, the battle range is limited. Yi Xing would definitely not be Tu Qianzhang's opponent. I think he would be able to last 20 moves against Tu Qianzhang at most. Mo Qingyang pondered for a moment and said, "You're right. However, what if Yi Xing still has a trump card?" Wu Mingtong said, "What kind of trump card could he have that even our divine eyes can't see through?" Astral-reaching venerables could open the martial Tao heavenly eye. After becoming a quasi-god, the heavenly eye would evolve into a divine eye. Not only would the eyesight increase by 100 times, it would also have all kinds of benefits. Mo Qingyang nodded, agreeing with Wu Mingtong's words. On the side, Zhao Yuan raised a contrary opinion. A 9-star venerable lord with a 4-star king's battle strength. Such a heaven-defying monster is rare. Could he really be as simple as we think? I feel that I can't see through him. Even true god experts aren't omnipotent. It should be normal for a quasi-god to be unable to see through a monstrous genius with great fortune. Mo Qingyang nodded. Junior brother Zhao's words make sense. Let's wait and see. The result will be clear soon. On the stage, Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhang had already started fighting after a few unpleasant words. Blood Cloud Saber Arts. Tu Qianzhang's extreme metal constellation had merged his saber intent into his saber aura. It was incomparably sharp, and its offensive power was shocking. The blood-colored saber danced in his hand. Every saber strike contained a golden light mixed with a blood-colored radiance. It was like a huge wave in the sea or a dense cloud covering the sky. Yi Xing held the scarlet flame bow and used the extreme fire star constellation. He executed the dark wind fire arrow art. Using the bow as a weapon, he drew out many dark vortexes, neutralizing Tu Qianzhang's attacks one after another. However, Tu Qianzhang's attacks were swift and fierce. They were even more powerful than Zheng Haoyu's fiendish wind 18 spears. When the blood-colored saber chopped down, the golden radiance mixed with a blood-red radiance was overwhelming. Yi Xing's dark vortexes continuously neutralized his opponent's moves. However, he felt great pressure. After just a dozen moves, the dark vortexes could no longer be maintained and started to collapse. This martial technique of yours can neutralize other people's moves. It is indeed very special. Unfortunately, this move is not strong enough. Its neutralization ability is limited. Haha. Tu Qianzhang laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Prepare to receive the pain I will bring you, blood cloud covering the sky. As Tu Qianzhang roared, the blood-colored saber in his hand slashed out again and again. Rays of golden saber aura mixed with red blotted out the sky as they chopped down on Yi Xing, enveloping the entire stage. This move was unavoidable. Yi Xing operated the astral arrow intent to the limit. He used 3 kinds of worldly momentum at the same time. However, he still could not prevent the dark vortexes from collapsing. The saber aura was too dense. The arena was limited. Yi Xing could not avoid it. Facing this move, Yi Xing was almost in a desperate situation. Chapter 784. Yi Xing's about to lose. This is the 15th move. It looks like I was overestimating him when I said he'd last 20 moves at most. In the distance, quasi-god Wu Mingtong casually said. On the side, quasi-god Zhao Yuan ignored Wu Mingtong. Instead, he opened his divine eye and locked onto Yi Xing. He had a feeling that Yi Xing wasn't as simple as he seemed. He was certain that Yi Xing wouldn't lose so easily. He had to have other tricks up his sleeve. Yi Xing did have other trump cards, the Black Hole Astrology and Sagittarius Astrology. However, Yi Xing didn't plan to use them in the match. Exposing one's entire strength under the gazes of everyone on the arena was undoubtedly an unwise action. Moreover, the higher Yi Xing's cultivation, the more he realized how rare paramount astrology was. It was best to use it sparingly unless it was a matter of life and death. Besides, Yi Xing didn't have to use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius astrology. There were other ways to deal with Tu Qianzhang. Yi Xing's forehead split open as he activated his martial Dao celestial eye. At the same time, he activated his superbrain's scanning function. Although Tu Qianzhang's blood cloud blotting the sky was dense and powerful, it wasn't without weaknesses. The attack was most powerful when it was focused on a single point. This move's power would be divided into different areas, but Yi Xing wouldn't have noticed it under normal circumstances. Now that he activated his martial Dao celestial eye and his super brain scanned the area, Yi Xing saw everything in front of him. A vision model appeared in his mind. Everything in front of him, even the slightest wisp of air, was clearly scanned by the super brain. In an instant, Yi Xing discovered the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's move. There were several spots where the attack power was very weak. Although these spots weren't large and didn't have anything special in the air of blades, they couldn't escape the superbrain's scanning. Thunderclap of myriad flames. Yi Xing had already prepared this attack, and he aimed it at the weakest point of the astral saber. The shadow of a flaming bow instantly shot out, and the terrifying power of flames exploded like thunder. Boom! Wherever the shadow of the flaming bow passed, the void shattered, and the saber aura in the area was instantly pulverized. Whoosh! Yi Xing's figure was like a small fish in a large net. He passed through the dense net of saber auras and rushed out through the gap created by the flaming bow. Bowstring wind slash. Yi Xing's arrow will was attached to his body, and he was as fast as teleportation. As soon as he broke through the net of sabers, he appeared in front of Tu Qianzhang in an instant. The crimson flame bow in his hand swept out horizontally. The momentum of the wind and the arrow intent were displayed to the limit. The bowstring cut horizontally like a knife, cutting the void into two like a mirror. The bowstring of the crimson flame bow slashed at Tu Qianzhang's neck. If this attack succeeded, Tu Qianzhang's head would be chopped off. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged offense and defense, and Yi Xing completed the transition from defense to offense in an instant. In the distance, quasi-god Wu Mingtang's smile that seemed to have seen through everything froze on his face. The change in the battle situation was beyond his expectations. As for quasi-god Zhao Yuan, he revealed an expression as if he had expected this. He had long since guessed that Yi Xing still had a backup plan and wouldn't be defeated so easily. All of this was within his expectations. Zhao Yuan possessed the martial path divine eye, and his eyesight was extremely powerful. He was naturally able to see the strengths and weaknesses of Tu Qianzhang's move. He also understood that Yi Xing's counterattack just now was because he had found the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's move. However, he was still very puzzled. He didn't know how Yi Xing had found the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's moves. It was extremely difficult to see the weakness of another's moves. Unless one's strength far surpassed one's, it would be relatively easy to see the weakness in two different worlds. For instance, there was a huge gap between a king and a quasi-god. A quasi-god could clearly see everything in a king's attack. However, even if they were both kings, even if one side was a powerful peerless emperor and the other was only an initial king, the former would still find it extremely difficult to see everything in the latter's attack. Yi Xing's counterattack was beyond Tu Qianzhang's expectations. However, Tu Qianzhang's reaction speed was also extremely fast. As soon as Yi Xing rushed out of blood cloud obscuring the heavens, Tu Qianzhang decisively changed his position. Even though Yi Xing's attack was as fast as teleportation, no matter how fast he teleported, time did not stop or reverse. Tu Qianzhang had been prepared in advance, so Yi Xing's attack naturally missed. Yi Xing's martial path heavenly eye had the ability to scan the superbrain. It was much stronger than the heavenly eyes of other martial artists. Tu Qianzhang's movements were indeed extremely fast, but they couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Whoosh! After Yi Xing's attack failed, his next attack was like teleportation. His scarlet flame bow was like a blade, slashing horizontally at Tu Qianzhang. Yi Xing's attack was too fast. Moreover, the angle and timing of his attack were flawless. Tu Qianzhang couldn't react in time and could only retreat once more. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yi Xing used speed to attack speed. His bowstring slashed horizontally like a blade, rapidly attacking Tu Qianzhang. This extreme speed gave Tu Qianzhang no time to prepare. He was also caught unprepared and constantly retreated. If Yi Xing continued to attack like this and Tu Qianzhang didn't have any other methods to deal with it, he could completely suppress Tu Qianzhang until he was blasted off the stage. Against Gao Jian and Zheng Haoyu, Yi Xing would use this method. However, against Tu Qianzhang, he wouldn't. If Tu Qianzhang had the upper hand, he definitely wouldn't end this battle so easily. Instead, he would find an opportunity to heavily injure Yi Xing. Now that Yi Xing had the upper hand, he didn't want Tu Qianzhang to safely retreat. After a certain move, Yi Xing suddenly drew back, no longer continuing to attack Tu Qianzhang. Just as he was about to be forced off the stage by Yi Xing suddenly drew back and stopped his attack. Tu Qianzhang was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. Just as Tu Qianzhang's joy reached its peak and he was preparing to counterattack Yi Xing, he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. He saw that Yi Xing, who had retreated to the other side of the stage, had already drawn back his scarlet flame bow. An astral arrow condensed. When the arrow was combined with the arrow, the sharp momentum that broke through the vault of heaven was unstoppable and daunting. Tu Qianzhang's complexion changed. He was about to face the strongest attack he had faced since his battle with Yi Xing. Whoosh! Just as this thought appeared in Tu Qianzhang's mind, Yi Xing's arrow had already left the bowstring and shot out explosively. The arrow released by the Black Shadow Wind Fire art contained the 3 yuan qis of darkness, wind, and fire. It was also strengthened by the arrow intent, causing its penetrative power and destructive power to increase greatly. Even for a 4-star king, this arrow could be said to be terrifying. Most importantly, the arrow's speed was so fast that it ignored the passage of time. At this moment, Tu Qianzhang felt as if time had stopped. The surrounding space was as viscous as water, making it impossible for him to dodge at his fastest speed. However, the black flame arrow was like a flash of light, shooting in front of him. Tu Qianzhang wanted to dodge, but he couldn't react in time. The arrow hit his body. Puff, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Tu Qianzhang was instantly sent flying by the arrow and fell off the stage. In the final battle, Yi Xing won. He became the only disciple who had won all the battles in the 10th Peak's new disciple competition. The first place belonged to Yi Xing. Chapter 786. Emo Qingyang said, "The star secret realm has existed for a long time. Even a true god expert can't break the seal inside. It's obvious that it's a treasure left behind by a supreme being." Emo Qingyang paused when he said this. Supreme martial artist, the true pinnacle of martial art. When Yi Xing and the others heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They were somewhat excited. It's hard to imagine how rich and precious the treasures left behind by a supreme martial artist are. However, no one has ever been able to obtain all the treasures in the star secret realm. Luo Tiangong is the one who has obtained the most treasures in the star secret realm. However, after Luo Tiangong died, he didn't leave his harvest to the world. Instead, he hid it in a starry continent and was buried there as well. That's the Heavenly Bao continent. Luo Tiangong sealed the entire Heavenly Bao continent. Even a true god expert can't enter. If they forcefully enter and break the seal, the entire Heavenly Bao continent will be destroyed. However, Luo Tiangong didn't go to the extreme. He left 3 entrances that only intermediate kings and below can pass through. These 3 entrances are connected to the 3 high-class continents of the flowing light world. There's one entrance in the Dark Star continent. The other 2 entrances are in the Star River continent and the Radiance continent. Peak Master, are there 5-star sects in the other 2 high-class continents? Someone asked. Emo Qingyang nodded and said, the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace are forces that are on par with the Dark Star Divine Palace. Every 100 years, the 3 entrances to the Heavenly Bao continent will open. Therefore, it's not only the outer disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace who will enter. The elite outer disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace will also enter to explore. To be able to rank in the top 10 of the 10th peak, the disciples present were the elites of the elite. In the 10th peak, they were already at the peak. Naturally, they were looking forward to seeing the elite outer disciples of the other sections. Emo Qingyang could see the anticipation on everyone's face. He said, the relationship between the 3 divine palaces isn't very harmonious. If you meet in the Heavenly Bao continent, it's normal to have a life and death battle. If you meet the disciples of the other 2 divine palaces, you must be careful. In the past 20,000 years, the 3 5-star powerhouses of the flowing light world had already sent their outer disciples into the Heavenly Bao continent about 200 times. Some of them had obtained Xian-grade treasures, while others had obtained God-grade treasures. However, these were only the lucky few, as most of them had entered the Heavenly Bao continent with nothing. Furthermore, as time passed, the number of treasures obtained from the Heavenly Bao continent decreased. That meant that the Heavenly Bao continent was almost fully explored. However, no one had discovered Luo Tiangong's true inheritance yet. His supreme-grade God weapon, Godly Eye Technique, and supreme-grade divine level technique from the Star Secret Realm still existed in the Heavenly Bao continent. Clearly, the true center of the burial ground, the treasure area, has not been found yet. This is a chance for you latecomers. I wish you good luck. Whatever treasures you find in the Heavenly Bao continent, you will have to hand them over to the temple. The temple will exchange half the value of the treasures for contribution points. The better the treasure, the higher the contribution point. With enough contribution points, you can exchange for any treasures you need from the temple. Although they would only get half the contribution points if they handed over the treasures they obtained to the temple, they were still very excited. 4 low-level kings, supreme-grade mystic-level treasures were already something that could only be found by chance. As for God-level treasures, they were just legends. A supreme-grade mystic-level treasure was several times more valuable than a supreme-grade mystic-level treasure. In other words, if they obtained a supreme-grade mystic-level treasure in the Heavenly Bao continent and handed it over to the Dark Star Temple, even if they only got half the contribution points, they would still be able to exchange for 2 to 3 supreme-grade mystic-level treasures. As for God-level treasures, their value was even higher. A low-grade God-level treasure was worth more than 10 supreme-grade mystic-level treasures. This meant that if they obtained a low-grade God-level treasure, they would be able to exchange for at least 5 supreme-grade mystic-level treasures. Half the contribution points might seem like they had lost half of their gains, but in fact, it was already an extremely high return. If they did not enter the Heavenly Bao continent, it would be extremely difficult for a mere low-level king to obtain a supreme-grade mystic-level treasure, let alone a God-level treasure. Being able to enter the Heavenly Bao continent was a great opportunity in itself. It was a potential gain for a disciple of the temple. Therefore, it was fair to hand over half of everything they obtained in the Heavenly Bao continent to the temple. The next day, the peak master of the 10th peak, Emo Qingyang, brought Yi Xing and the other top 10 disciples of the 10th peak to the plaza of the Dark Star Temple's main hall. The Dark Star Temple had hundreds of thousands of disciples and occupied an area of 10,000 miles. Although the 10 peaks of the outer court had an area of more than 1,000 miles, it was only a small area of the temple. It was not even 1/10 of the temple's area. If a powerhouse who could see 10,000 miles looked down from the sky, he would realize that the Dark Star Temple's main hall was located in the center of the temple. The Dark Star Temple's main hall was more than 1,000 meters tall and more than 1,000 feet wide. It was extremely majestic and looked more imposing than an ordinary mountain. The plaza outside the main hall was even more spacious. It was about 10,000 meters long and wide. In the center of the plaza there was a statue that was 1,000 meters tall. The statue was holding a black long spear and had pitch-black eyes. It was the founder of the Dark Star Temple, the Dark Star Emperor. It was Yi Xing's first time seeing such a majestic main hall and such a spacious plaza. It was also his first time seeing such a majestic statue. He was amazed. The disciples of the 10th peak were all from mid-level continent. Like Yi Xing, it was their first time seeing such a scene. They were amazed. On the plaza, the disciples of the other 9 peaks arrived one after another under the leadership of the peak masters. Most of these disciples were from 5-star clans. The 4-star and 5-star clans of the Dark Star continent were influenced by the style of the Dark Star Temple. The main hall of the clans was extremely majestic. When they arrived, they were only slightly surprised before they returned to normal. Most of the disciples from the 1st peak to the 9th peak glanced at the disciples of the 10th peak with a smile on their faces. It was like a group of superior people looking at the aborigines. These martial artists, who were born and raised in the Dark Star continent, had a sense of superiority in their bones towards the disciples from mid-level continent. Yi Xing felt something in his heart. A sharp gaze locked onto him, and he immediately turned to look. It was a disciple of the 1st peak. He was a young man in purple with an arrogant face. He looked at Yi Xing with a cold gaze. Yi Xing had once negotiated with this person at Enlightenment Mountain. It was Xuezi. Xuezi was a top disciple of the 1st peak. It was not strange for him to be ranked in the top 10. Yi Xing frowned slightly. He had almost sealed Xuezi in the depths of his memory. However, from Xuezi's gaze, he could see that more than half a year had passed. He was still holding a grudge against him for the unpleasant negotiation at Enlightenment Mountain. Chapter 787. Xuezi smiled coldly when he saw Yi Xing looking at him. He said, "The 10th peak is full of good-for-nothings. A mere 9th-star supremacy is actually ranked in the top 10. Haha. If it was the 1st peak, even the disciple ranked in the top 1,000 could easily crush him." Even in front of peak master Mo Qingyang, Xuezi still mocked him. He, Xuezi, was a 5-star blue life. In the future, he would definitely become a quasi-god 5 nirvana. With the lifespan of a quasi-god and the strength of his family, he could almost certainly become a quasi-god 6 nirvana. If he encountered some opportunities, he might even have a chance to become a true god. Moreover, the Xue family's old ancestor was a true god expert and an inner elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Due to various factors, Xuezi's status was much higher than the other outer sect disciples. That was why she dared to mock the disciples of the 10th peak in front of Mo Qingyang. The 10th peak only recruited disciples from mid-tier continent. Since the establishment of the Dark Star Divine Palace, it had been tens of thousands of years, but the 10th peak had never produced a true God realm expert. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, only true God experts were considered to be in the upper echelons. From the 1st peak to the 9th peak, there would always be 1 or 2 true God experts every few hundred or 1,000 years. From this, it was clear that the 10th summit's peak master was not a good position. Mo Qingyang was a royal clan quasi-god. However, he was assigned to the 10th summit's peak master. His position in the clan was clearly very ordinary. With Emo Qingyang's status, it was hard for him to do anything to a disciple like Xuezi. Xuezi's words immediately drew a wave of laughter. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the disciples of the various peaks, which one of them did not come from an illustrious background. Many of them had true God experts in their families, and they were all 5-star families. The status of these disciples was not much lower than Xuezi, and some of them were even more prominent than Xuezi. Naturally, they would laugh without any scruples. Junior brother Qingyang, after you took over the 10th peak, the disciples under you are really getting worse and worse. The first peak's master, Emo Wendao, lightly smiled as he spoke. Among the outer sect's 10 peaks, the first peak had given birth to the most true God powerhouses and had always been the most outstanding bloodline. For Emo Wendao to be able to become the first peak's peak lord, his position was rather prominent. Although he couldn't be compared to a true God powerhouse, Emo Wendao was definitely one of the best among quasi-gods. One was the peak master of the first peak, while the other was the peak master of the 10th peak. Emo Wendao and Emo Qingyang had completely different statuses. Moreover, Emo Wendao was a 6th nirvana quasi-god, while Emo Qingyang was a 5th nirvana quasi-god. In terms of cultivation, Emo Wendao was superior. It was no secret that Emo Wendao and Emo Qingyang did not have a good relationship. This was also an important reason why Xuezi dared to mock the 10th summit without restraint. In the past, Emo Qingyang would have been livid. However, this time, Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, was a heaven-defying genius. Thus, Emo Qingyang was very happy to have such a disciple. In response to Emo Wendao's accusation, Emo Qingyang felt a sense of satisfaction, as if saying, "What do you know?" The corners of Emo Qingyang's mouth curled up slightly. Although he kept a low profile, he did not reveal too much joy in his heart. Yi Xing was born in a medium continent, but he had such heaven-defying strength. Emo Qingyang knew very well that Yi Xing must have had great opportunities. If such a person did not die, he or she would usually have great luck. In the Heavenly Bao continent, one's strength was not proportional to one's gains. Luck was the biggest factor in one's gains. Cultivators with great luck usually had good luck. Thus, Emo Qingyang had high hopes for Yi Xing's trip to the Heavenly Bao continent. He wanted to wait until the team left the Heavenly Bao continent. If Yi Xing's gains were the most bountiful, then he would release all the joy in his heart and slap Emo Wendao in the face. The disciples of the 10th summit did not think as far as Emo Qingyang. They were furious at the mockery of the disciples of the other 9 summit. In the 10th summit, they all had their own competition and did not have a harmonious relationship. However, in the entire outer sect they were a whole. They were all disciples from medium continents and faced the mockery of the local disciples of the Dark Star continent. They had the same experiences and the same anger. Gao Jian was the one who could not hold back his anger. He said, "Senior brother from the first summit, you are wrong. Although senior brother Yi Xing is a 9-star supremacy, it does not mean that senior brother Yi Xing is weak. Senior brother Yi Xing is the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit. He is invincible among the 3-star kings. How many of the top 10 disciples of the first summit can defeat an invincible 3-star king? You said that the disciple of the first summit who is ranked 1000 can easily defeat senior brother Yi Xing Ha. I know that the disciples of the first summit are very outstanding, but don't brag too much. It will make people laugh." Yi Xing's position was completely confirmed after he defeated Tu Qianzhong and took first place in the 10th summit's grand competition. During the grand competition, most of the disciples of the 10th summit did not think highly of Yi Xing. No one was willing to call Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, senior brother. However, Yi Xing had used his actual battle results to prove that he was the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit. Strength was respected in the martial Tao. Yi Xing was ranked first, so he was the eldest senior brother of the 10th summit. Once his position was confirmed, the disciples of the 10th summit naturally changed the way they addressed Yi Xing. When they mentioned Yi Xing, they would add the word senior brother. Even the elite disciples who were ranked in the top 10 were no exception. Gao Jian's words surprised the disciples of the other 9 summit. This 9-star supremacy was the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit? The 10th summit was the summit that had the least presence among the 10 summits of the outer court. The other 9 summits did not pay much attention to the 10th summit. Moreover, the results of the grand competition were announced yesterday. No one cared who had taken first place or who was in the top 10. This was because, according to the previous competitions, the top 10 of the 10th summit would have at most 1 or 2 4-star kings. However, the top 10 of the other 9 summits would have at least 5 or 6 4-star kings. It would be difficult for the 10th summit's first place to enter the top 5 among the other 9 summit. If one were to count the entire outer court 10 summits, the 10th summit's first place would not even be able to enter the top 40. Such a level would naturally be ignored and ignored. Even in this competition, the strength of the 10th summit's first place did not matter to the other 9 summit. After all, it was not a big deal. Therefore, no one cared who was first. However, when they found out that it was Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, who had taken first place in the competition of the 10th summit, the martial artists of the other 9 summits finally cared. A 9-star supremacy was only at the 9th level of the astral reaching realm. He had yet to break through to the astral sea realm and become a king. In the other 9 summits, all the disciples were kings. Even the weakest were kings. There was not a single astral reaching supremacy. Among the disciples of the first summit to the 9th summit, which one of them did not view astral reaching supremacy as ants? However, the ant in their eyes was actually the strongest of the 10th summit. How could a 9-star supremacy have such a heaven-defying strength? Everyone was shocked. This was unbelievable. Chapter 788. Xuezi stared at Yi Xing in shock, her gaze fixed on him. He had never expected Yi Xing to possess such heaven-defying strength. He was already surprised to see Yi Xing in the top 10 of the 10th peak. Even though he thought that Yi Xing was at the end of the top 10, it still proved that Yi Xing's strength was at least at the level of a 3-star king. A 9-star supremacy possessing the strength of a 3-star king was already abnormal enough. In the history of the Dark Star Divine Palace, there were very few people who possessed such strength. If he was the number 1 disciple of the 10th peak, his strength would be even higher. He would probably possess the strength of a 4-star king. Xuezi possessed the strength of a 4-star king. However, he was a 3-star king, the elite of the elites of the first peak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the number 1 disciple of the first peak was the number 1 disciple of the entire outer sect. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he would definitely be one of the best. Such an existence was enough to look down on all the low-level kings. There were very few people in the entire outer sect who could catch his eye. Originally, Yi Xing was just a little worm in Xuezi's eyes. Now that he suddenly knew that Yi Xing was actually a real dragon, this huge contrast shocked Xuezi. He found it hard to believe. Xuezi stared at Gao Jian and said, "You're lying. He's only a 9-star supremacy. How can he be number 1? This is impossible. Impossible." Xuezi's tone was agitated. Many disciples had the same thought as Xuezi. They found it hard to believe. As for the disciples of the 10th summit, they could not help but lift their heads, because what Gao Jian said was the truth, the absolute truth. Seeing the disbelief in the eyes of the disciples of the other 9 peaks, the disciples of the 10th peak finally felt a sense of relief. The 10th peak master, Mo Qingyang, said, "Gao Jian is right. Yi Xing is indeed the number 1 disciple of the 10th peak." Given Mo Qingyang's status and cultivation, it was impossible for him to lie. Since he had spoken, it was obvious that what Gao Jian had said was true. Some of the disciples from the other 9 peaks were astonished, while others had ashen faces. In retrospect, their mocking remarks just now were nothing short of ironic. This was especially true for Xuezi. He was the one who had mocked Yi Xing. This feeling of mockery was the strongest, and it made him angry. Xuezi pointed at the disciples of the 10th peak and shouted, "Trash, the disciples of the 10th peak are all trash. Otherwise, how could a 9th star venerable lord become number 1? There is only one reason, and that is that you are too weak, too trash." The disciples of the 10th summit were furious. Xuezi had said that the 10th summit was full of trash. She was just mocking them. But now, she was pointing at the top 10 disciples of the 10th summit and calling them trash. It was a completely different feeling. Emo Qingyang's face turned ugly. Xuezi had gone overboard. If she had only spoken sarcastically, Emo Qingyang wouldn't have bothered to fight with Emo Wendao. But now he couldn't bear it anymore. Just as Emo Qingyang was about to get angry, an extremely horrifying aura suddenly descended. The surrounding void suddenly froze. Be it the kings or the quasi-gods, they all felt suffocated. It was as if the void had solidified, making it impossible for them to breathe or move. This horrifying aura only existed for a blink of an eye before disappearing. Everyone felt the air flow in the void again, and they could breathe again. At this moment, everyone noticed a middle-aged man in black robes standing in the void in front of them. No one knew where this middle-aged man in black robes came from. They only knew that they couldn't move or breathe earlier. They were so shocked that even their thoughts seemed to have stopped. By the time they could breathe again and their thoughts were smooth, this middle-aged man in black robes was already standing in the void in front of them. This was a true God expert. This thought flashed through the minds of all the disciples. They had seen quasi-gods before. They could restrain their aura like a mortal and release it like a thunderstorm. However, no matter how strong a quasi-god's aura was, it wasn't as horrifying as the one they had faced in the blink of an eye. Clearly, only a true God expert could have such a horrifying aura that could seal space. Great-grandfather! When Xuezi saw this middle-aged man in black robes, she was overjoyed and immediately cheered. The 10 peak masters from the 1st peak to the 10th peak also looked serious. They cupped their fists and bowed to the middle-aged man in black robes. "Greetings, Elder Inan." The peak masters of the outer sect had a higher status than the elders of the outer sect. Therefore, these 10 peak masters definitely couldn't ask the elders of the outer sect to bow. It was obvious that this middle-aged man in black robes was an inner sect elder. Only true God experts could become an inner sect elder of the Dark Star Temple. Xuezi called this middle-aged man in black robes great-grandfather. Clearly, this true God expert was from the Xue family. The Xue family only had one true God expert, Xueyinan. Xueyinan looked like he was only about 40 years old. In fact, he had lived for more than 16,000 years. A true God expert's lifespan was 30,000 years. 16,000 years old was the peak of his prime. Xueyinan looked around and nodded slightly to the 10 peak masters. He waved his hand and a void-crossing divine boat appeared. He said, "This time, I will send you to the entrance of the heavenly Bao continent. Get on the divine boat." When Xueyinan's gaze landed on Xuezi, it was no different from the other outer sect disciples. He had lived for more than 16,000 years. His sons, grandsons, and even great-grandsons had all turned to dust. He had seen generations of geniuses in his family grow. However, in the end, none of them became true gods. Some died in the middle of their cultivation, and some died of old age after a few thousand years. A person who had lived for such a long time had no family by his side. He had even passed the stage of missing them. His heart was already as calm as water. Unless there was a genius in his family who had a high chance of becoming a true god, Shui Yinan would look at him differently. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay attention to him. In Shui Yinan's heart, the only difference between his family members and other martial artists was that he didn't care about the life and death of other martial artists. However, he would slightly pay attention to the life and death of the Shui family members. As such, unless the Shui family members were in life-threatening danger, and it was the life and death of an important person in the family, Shui Yinan would only pay attention to them. Other than that, he was no different from other martial artists. As for the young man who called him great-grandfather, he naturally couldn't be bothered to look at him. As a 5-star family, the Shui family had a long history. Just Shui Yinan's bloodline alone had split into countless branches and tens of thousands of people. In addition, there were also Shui Yinan's brothers, cousins, and clansmen. The total number of people was more than 10 million. The number of people who called him great-grandfather was uncountable. How could he look at them one by one? Chapter 791. Shui stared at Yixing, wanting to see fear in Yixing's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Yixing's expression was calm as usual. Shui exuded a terrifying aura as he said slowly, "You should be afraid." Shui was also a 3-star king, but his aura was much more powerful than Tu Qianzhong and Zheng Haoyu's. Just his aura alone created an invisible force field, causing the surrounding void to distort. The terrifying aura surged toward Yixing with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the void, the airflow could be seen moving with the naked eye, creating turbulent and surging airwave. If it was another 9-star venerable lord, they might not even be able to stand steadily in the turbulent airwaves. However, Yixing's figure did not move at all. With the arrow intent attached to his body was like an arrow with terrifying penetrative power. The turbulent airwaves hit Yixing's body like a balloon hitting the tip of a needle. There was no effect other than the airwaves shattering. Yixing's black hair fluttered in the airwaves, and his expression was calm as he said, "Shui, your great ancestor personally told me to avoid killing fellow disciples in the heavenly Bao continent. You even dare to disobey the words of a true god powerhouse. You're really bold." Shui took Yixing's words as fear and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yixing, you're really afraid? Ha ha ha. However, you want to use my great ancestor as a shield? No way. If I kill you today, who will know? You're just an insignificant person from a mid-level continent. Who will care about your life and death? You can rest assured that if you die in the heavenly Bao continent, no one will care about how you die. No one will even mention you." Yixing shrugged and said, "What if I kill you?" Shui was stunned and then laughed. "What did you say? You kill me? Haha. Yixing, you're a mere 9-star exalt, yet you dare say that you can kill me? I, Shui, am the #1 disciple of the first peak. Do you think that I'll be as useless as that good-for-nothing from the 10th peak?" Yixing said indifferently, "That depends on how you compare. Compared to them, you are naturally stronger. But in front of me, perhaps you are just a piece of trash. Perhaps you can't even withstand a single blow?" "Enough!" Shui shouted angrily. He couldn't bear to listen to Yixing's words any longer. "Yixing, don't try to win a battle of words here. There's no need to stall for time. Since you dare to go against me, Shui, you're doomed to die today. Even God can't save you." Whoosh! As she spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between Shui's eyebrows and turned into a lightning star. This was a purple lightning astral image. Purple lightning flashed, revealing a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was the Thunder Saint level astral form, the Thunder Punishment astral form. The Thunder astral form was extremely good at attacking. Among the same level of astral forms, its attacking power was the most ferocious. A Saint-level Thunder astral form was definitely one of the top Saint-level astral forms. The thunder punishment astral form was one of the main reasons why Xuezi was so strong. The thunder punishment astral form rained down purple lightning energy that contained the power of life and death. It was terrifying. Xuezi's body was also overflowing with electricity as she circulated the high mystic level purple thunder manual. The 6th level of the purple thunder manual had extremely powerful lightning astral energy. Together with the thunder punishment astral form, it made it easy for Xuezi to challenge those with a higher level. 99% of 4-star kings were no match for Xuezi. Only the top 4-star kings had the strength to contend with Xuezi. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, there were no more than 3 people who had the strength of a top 4-star king. Xuezi was one of them. This was the reason why Xuezi was so proud. He was qualified to look down on any disciple of the 10th peak. According to the past, the top disciple of the 10th peak would only have the strength of a normal 4-star king. Even when they were strong, they would only have the strength of a middle 4-star king. As for the strength of a late 4-star king, there had only been 4 or 5 times in the past 100,000 years. This was a chance that only happened once every 10,000 years. Even if Yixing was really the strongest disciple of the 10th peak in the past 10,000 years and had the strength of a late 4-star king, Xuezi still didn't think much of him. In Xuezi's opinion, no matter what, he was the side that would win. There was no way he could lose in killing Yixing. Go to hell. Xuezi took out an upper mystic weapon sword and waved it. Lightning astral energy, lightning yuan qi, lightning aura, purple lightning astral energy. All kinds of energy gathered in this sword and released an extremely bright lightning sword energy. The lightning sword energy twisted like a purple dragon. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the void shattered. It carried a destructive aura as it attacked Yixing. The power of this sword energy was several times stronger than Tu Qianzhang's and Zheng Haoyu's full power attack. Facing this sword energy, there were very few 4-star kings who could block it. Yixing had already used the fire star form and 3 heaven and earth auras. Dark yuan qi, fire yuan qi, and wind yuan qi gathered outside his body and formed a black flame whirlpool. The upper mystic weapon, red flame bow, appeared in Yixing's hand. Activating the dark wind fire arrow incantation, Yixing's strength exploded to the limit as he waved the red flame bow and drew out a black hole whirlpool. The black hole whirlpool contained a terrifying devouring power. The arrow intent shuttled through the whirlpool at high speed, shattering any objects or energy that were sucked into the black hole whirlpool. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning sword energy fell into the black hole whirlpool and let out a terrifying explosion. A large portion of the lightning sword energy was shattered and disintegrated by the black hole whirlpool. However, Xuezi's sword energy seemed to have endless power. The twisted lightning sword energy was continuously waved out. The earth and void in front of it cracked as the terrifying power surged forward like a tsunami. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the black hole whirlpool exploded, and a terrifying shockwave rushed out in all directions. The lightning sword energy's power was too terrifying. The black hole whirlpool couldn't withstand it at all. The lightning sword energy was like a dancing dragon. It shattered the black hole whirlpool and ruthlessly slashed down at Yixing. Whoosh! Yixing's arrow intent was attached to his body. Using his body as an arrow, he instantly pierced through the void and appeared 100 miles away. At this moment, the lightning sword energy slashed out dozens of miles. The mountain peak was flattened, and a huge fissure that was hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. The sword energy's power was indeed terrifying, but in the end it missed and couldn't touch Yixing. Xuezi frowned. Yixing's speed was unexpectedly fast. It was beyond his expectations. With arrow intent attached to your body, your speed is indeed very fast. However, how many of my attacks can you dodge? Xuezi shouted coldly, and a sharp aura burst out from his body. Suddenly, a nihility chi sword burst out from his body. It was sword intent. Using sword intent, Xuezi's aura rose to another level. The strength that his body could withstand had already reached a critical point. Xuezi stood in the air with purple lightning surrounding his body. He looked like a thunder god. The thunder punishment astral form poured down a torrent of thunder and lightning astral power, giving him endless power. Every sword attack was at the peak of his power. You can't take it anymore, right? Then die. Xuezi saw through Yixing's background and her expression was filled with excitement and joy. You're the one who forced me. Yixing's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He shouted, I've tolerated you time and time again. You're the one who's seeking your own death. Whoosh, as he spoke, a starlight rushed out from Yixing's forehead and turned into a huge bow that floated in the air. The bow was made up of countless small stars, revealing a surging penetrative power. It was the Sagittarius constellation. As Yixing's horizons broadened, he became more aware of the scarcity and preciousness of constellations. Even in the dark star temple, Yixing had never heard of anyone possessing a constellation. In the Dark Star Temple, Yixing had also read some common martial arts manuals. Generally speaking, most of the kings had the extreme grade astral form. Quasi-gods had the extreme grade astral form and the saint grade astral form. True gods all had the saint grade astral form. As for the extreme grade astral form, no matter where it was a legend. Therefore, after arriving at the Dark Star Temple, Yixing warned himself not to use the black hole astral form and the Sagittarius constellation unless it was absolutely necessary. But now Yixing had been forced to a dead end by Xuezi. It was impossible for Xuezi to stop. If he didn't use the extreme grade astral form, Yixing would only end up dead. Therefore, Yixing had no other choice but to use the extreme grade astral form. And Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, which meant that he would kill Xuezi and not leave her alive. Xuezi's mouth curled up. He wanted to sneer at Yixing's anger. However, when Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, Xuezi's smile froze on his face before he could even laugh. His pupils dilated and his heart trembled. As a disciple of a five-star family, Xuezi naturally knew what the Sagittarius constellation represented: 10,000 flames thunder. Using the Sagittarius constellation, Yixing immediately felt a surge of power. He waved the crimson flame bow, bringing out a terrifying flaming bow shadow. The explosion shook the heavens. The unstoppable lightning sword aura collided with the flaming bow shadow, causing a huge explosion. The surging waves of air rushed out 10 miles in an instant. A layer of the ground was shaved off by the force, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The flaming bow shadow and the lightning sword aura were both destroyed. This attack was evenly matched. However, Xuezi's face turned green in an instant. Her eyes revealed a trace of shock. Xuezi had already exploded with her peak strength, but Yixing had only used the bow and had yet to draw it. Xuezi obviously knew that the terrifying part of an archer expert was the arrow, and not the strength of the bow. The stronger the bow, the more terrifying the arrow would be. Whoosh! Without giving Xuezi time to think, Yixing instantly drew the bow. A layer of black flame ripples burst out, instantly cutting the space within 10 miles in half. Xuezi was in a state of shock. Facing such a fast attack, she was shocked and flustered. Her body immediately retreated, and at the same time, she waved her sword. The lightning sword aura danced like a divine dragon and destroyed the black flame ripples. At this moment, an extremely penetrating aura suddenly enveloped Xuezi, causing her face to instantly turn pale. When Xuezi retreated, Yixing also retreated, and drew the crimson flame bow again. This time, Yixing did not instantly release the bow, but drew it into a full moon. On the bowstring, the arrow intense star aura, darkness, wind, and fire elemental energies gathered. When Shuizi slashed the black flame ripples, the black flame arrow on the crimson flame bow had already condensed and locked onto Shuizi. The aura from the black flame arrow made Shuizi's heart tremble. This was definitely an extremely terrifying arrow. Whoosh! The black flame arrow instantly left the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, Shuizi's face turned pale. The arrow had left the bowstring in an instant. Shuizi knew that she could not block the arrow's speed, so she quickly dodged to the side. However, the void had become sticky at this moment. She felt that the air was like water, and the resistance had greatly increased. The speed in the air was completely different from the speed in the water. Shuizi's reaction was a moment slower. Chapter 793. Whoosh! The black flame arrow arrived in an instant and shot into Shuizi's head. The terrifying power contained in the arrow exploded in an instant. Shuizi's body was the body of a king, and the hardness of his skull was comparable to a mid-grade dark weapon. However, the terrifying power still blasted a fist-sized hole in his head, and one of his eyes was gone. Shuizi's vitality was very strong, and he was not instantly killed by this terrifying attack. His other eye was filled with fear and disbelief. Sagittarius constellation. Initial form of binding space. How is this possible? Shuizi's voice was filled with fear as he muttered a few words. The color of life in his eyes quickly faded away, and with extreme unwillingness and shock, he died. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. There was no longer any sign of life. Although he killed Shuizi, Yixing's mental vigilance did not decrease. His senses were very sensitive, especially after using the Sagittarius constellation. His aura was even more sensitive, and he felt that someone was watching him. At this moment, the sky suddenly surged like boiling water. A ray of light bloomed from a certain point and instantly expanded, covering the entire sky. A line of words appeared from the point of light and instantly became bigger and stretched across the sky. "Young man, I'll be waiting for you in the heavenly bow hall." Yixing was shocked. What's going on? Is this something you're saying to me? Yixing was both shocked and confused. He did not understand what was going on. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, on the peak of a mountain, Huyen Long suddenly retracted her gaze and closed her eyes. 2 lines of blood tears flowed from her eyes. Just now, she used her eye technique to watch the battle between Yixing and Shuizi. Very few people knew that Huyen Long and Shuizi were engaged. When their martial arts potential reached the end, and their cultivation reached its peak, they would get married. Huyen Long was clear about Shuizi's plan, so she used her eye technique to watch the battle from afar. However, in the end, it was Shuizi who was defeated and died in the Yellow Springs. Not only was Shuizi in disbelief, Huyen Long was also in disbelief. Yixing killed her fiancé, so Huyen Long hated Yixing to the extreme. However, after Shuizi's death, a ray of light suddenly bloomed in the sky. The light was so resplendent and dazzling that in an instant, Shuizi felt intense pain in her eyes. She quickly retracted her gaze and closed her eyes, but she was still injured. Yixing, you actually have the Sagittarius constellation. You really hid it well. Unfortunately, this secret was still discovered by me. Just you wait, I will definitely make sure you have no burial place. I will definitely. 2 lines of bloody tears hung on his face. Huyen Long cursed in his heart. At the same time, in the most central region of the Heavenly Bow continent, the earth split open, mountains crumbled, and the earth in a radius of 10,000 li shook and was leveled. An ancient palace rose from the crack in the earth and appeared on the ground. The palace was more than 1,000 meters tall and more than 1,000 feet in both length and width. Its grandeur was even greater than the main hall of the Dark Star Temple. A surging wave spread out in all directions with the ancient palace as the center. At this moment, all the martial artists in the entire Heavenly Bow continent felt the wave. Yi Xing also felt it, but his eyes were fixed on the sky. He stared at the line of words without blinking. Could it be these words are really meant for me? Where is the Heavenly Bow Palace? Who is waiting for me? What kind of existence has such means to create such a scene in the sky? Yi Xing was puzzled and puzzled. In the sky, the line of words existed for 2 breaths of time before it shrunk and disappeared. It returned to its original position. At this moment, the strong light that enveloped the entire sky dimmed. Yi Xing's expression changed as he suddenly made a discovery. As the strong light gradually dimmed and the area shrunk, Yi Xing finally saw its outline. It was the Heavenly Bow continent. Yi Xing had a map of the Heavenly Bow continent in his hand. It was exactly the same as the outline in the sky. The point where the light bloomed, the point where the words appeared, happened to be the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. Could it be that that's the Heavenly Bow Palace? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. The strong light in the sky quickly dissipated and returned to normal. However, Yi Xing had already understood something. He was ready to leave this area and go to the center of the Heavenly Bow continent to take a look. At this moment, Yi Xing finally reacted. He seemed to have sensed a wave just now. The direction of the wave coincided with the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. Yi Xing flew in the air and appeared beside Xuezi's corpse in the blink of an eye. The super brain activated and scanned Xuezi. The destiny flame in Xuezi's head had not been extinguished. Xuezi's destiny flame was blue. There were a total of 5 flames. This was the destiny of a 5-star quasi-god. As long as there were enough resources to cultivate, a 5-star quasi-god's destiny would definitely become a 5-nirvana quasi-god in the future. Moreover, with Xuezi's family's strength, it would not be difficult to help him break through to the 6-nirvana quasi-god. Although the hope of becoming a true god powerhouse was very slim, if he could become a 6-nirvana quasi-god, he would be a peak existence below true gods. Even in the Dark Star Temple, he would have a very high status. Xuezi should have had a very good future. Unfortunately, he should not have been arrogant. Because of his arrogance, he looked down on disciples from mid-level continent. Because of his arrogance, he looked down on disciples from mid-level continent. Because of his arrogance, he treated Yi Xing like dirt. Because of his treatment of Yi Xing like dirt, he wanted to trample Yi Xing to death whenever there was a conflict between him and Yi Xing. But in the end, he lost his life. Yi Xing's destiny was a 9-star blue destiny. This kind of destiny was considered very good in mid-level continents, but it was very ordinary in the Dark Star continent. A 5-star blue destiny could greatly increase his destiny flame. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a black vortex. The black hole astral aspect released boundless darkness, enveloping all directions. It produced a terrifying devouring power that rapidly devoured Xuezi's destiny flame. In Yi Xing's mind, the destiny flame continued to grow. The 9 flames gathered together, turning into a blue flame. Then, the blue flame turned from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, finally, it turned into 5. Yi Xing's destiny flame had evolved to a 5-star blue destiny. In the Dark Star continent, this was the destiny flame of an extremely talented genius. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Yi Xing looked at Xuezi's corpse and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he took Xuezi's storage ring. Then, the grand perfection stage of fire force activated a sea of fire origin energy that enveloped Xuezi's body. The flames burned and crackled. Before long, Xuezi was burned to ashes. Chapter 794. Whoosh, Yi Xing flew in the sky. The great perfection stage of wind force was activated, and the surging wind force gathered around him. His speed was extremely fast. In a second, Yi Xing flew dozens of miles in the sky, reaching a speed that was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Although his speed was slower than the arrow intent possession, it was still much faster than the speed of a beginner stage king realm cultivator. Yi Xing was rushing towards the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. Judging from the scene in the sky, the Heavenly Bow Palace should be at the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. To be able to create such a huge commotion in the sky, Yi Xing guessed that a quasi-god probably did not have such ability. Only a true god powerhouse could do it. The Heavenly Bow continent was the burial ground of the true god powerhouse, Luo Tiangong. Martial artists above beginner stage king were blocked by restrictions and could not enter. Therefore, the only true god powerhouse who could leave behind a method in the Heavenly Bow continent could only be Luo Tiangong himself. Yi Xing also guessed the reason why the words appeared in the sky. Perhaps it was related to his Sagittarius constellation. This was because he had been in the Heavenly Bow continent for some time. These words did not appear at first, but they appeared after he used the Sagittarius constellation. There should be a connection between them. Luo Tiangong was an archery powerhouse, and the Sagittarius constellation was the highest constellation for archery martial artists. Therefore, the Sagittarius constellation triggered the method left behind by Luo Tiangong. This made sense. Luo Tiangong was someone from 20,000 years ago. To be precise, he died 20,000 years ago. The lifespan of a true god powerhouse was very long, and the limit was 30,000 years. Therefore, Luo Tiangong should have been around 20,000 years ago. As a famous true god powerhouse, since he left behind a method to guide Yi Xing to the Heavenly Bow Palace, it was very likely to be related to his inheritance. Of course, Yi Xing had to go and take a look. The inheritance left behind by a top true god powerhouse was not inferior to the orthodox Dark Star Divine Palace. Only the palace master was qualified to inherit the orthodox Dark Star Divine Palace. The rest, even the upper echelons of the Divine Palace, could only learn 20 to 30% of it. This showed how precious this inheritance was. Yi Xing had a strong desire for this legacy. Yi Xing was not the only one heading towards the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. Just now, all the martial artists in the Heavenly Bow continent had sensed the fluctuations that the Heavenly Bow Palace had emitted. Other than a small number of martial artists who were still searching, most of the disciples from the three great temples had already rushed to the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. The disciples of the 10th peak were no exception. However, Yi Xing's speed was slightly faster. He went forward alone while the other 9 people went together. This was because they were heading towards the central region of the Heavenly Bow continent and would definitely meet the other disciples of the Divine Halls. After an hour, Yi Xing had already flown a few 100,000 li and reached the center of the Heavenly Bow continent. However, he was still a few 100,000 li away from the Heavenly Bow Hall. "Stop! Stop!" A voice came from afar. To Yi Xing's left, several 100 kilometers away, a group of cultivators was shouting at Yi Xing. This was a team of 5 people, and they were not disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. A few 100 li was a very short distance for a king. However, Yi Xing's speed was faster than theirs, so he ignored them. Although both parties were heading in the same direction, after 10 breaths, they had changed from moving side by side to one in front and one behind. Moreover, the distance between both parties was still increasing. Damn it, a 9-star venerable lord can actually move so fast. He must have some extraordinary treasure that can increase his speed. Send a message to Sima Ning to stop him in front. After a few 100 breaths, Yi Xing had flown a few thousand li ahead. Suddenly, 5 figures rushed out from the front and lined up in a row, blocking Yi Xing's path. Swoosh, 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 the 5 of them took out a formation flag at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the small formation flag grew to a few 100 feet tall and stood in 5 different directions in the sky. A translucent light shield appeared in an instant, covering the void within a few 100 li. When the 5 of them threw out the formation flag, Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. He shuttled through the void and appeared more than 100 li away in an instant. However, it was useless. Yi Xing was still in the light shield formed by the formation flag. Yi Xing observed for a while. This was an ordinary level 5 formation flag that could trap a low-level king. The 5 of them were all 3-star kings, and 2 of them were peak 3-star kings. From the symbol on their clothes, he could tell that they were disciples of the Radiant's divine palace. Among the 3 divine temples, the relationship between them was not very harmonious. Among them, the Dark Star Divine Temple and the Radiant's Divine Temple had the worst relationship. Most of the time, the Starry River Divine Temple played the role of a peacemaker, although it always did not please either side. It's the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was a symbol on the sect's clothes. The other party could also tell that Yi Xing was from the sect. Among the 5 of them, one of them was obviously a peak 3-star king. He looked at Yi Xing and said with a smile, "A mere 9-star venerable lord dares to walk alone in the heavenly bow continent. I wonder if it's you who is brave? Or are you too stupid?" Yi Xing looked behind him. The 5 people who were chasing him were still far away from him. They would not be able to catch up with him in less than 10 breaths. Yi Xing retracted his gaze and glanced at the 5 of them. He said, "Who are you? You know that I dare to walk alone, but you still dare to stop me. I also want to ask, is it you who is brave, or are you too stupid?" Yi Xing's words were very domineering. However, the 5 of them obviously did not take him, a 9-star venerable lord, seriously. In their opinion, even if a 9-star venerable lord's combat strength was heaven-defying, how strong could he be? Therefore, Yi Xing's words only caused the 5 of them to burst into laughter. Yi Xing said indifferently, "In my opinion, it's not a wise move to deal with a cultivator walking alone in the heavenly bow continent for no reason. Now, open the formation and let me leave. Then, we'll mind our own business. This is the sensible choice. Senior brother Sima, this kid is too pretentious. Let me deal with him," a late 3-star king said to the peak 3-star king, Sima Ning. "Don't be hasty." Sima Ning waved his hand and said to Yi Xing, "It's not impossible for you to leave. Hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you go immediately." Yi Xing calculated the time. It was about time. If he delayed any longer, the 5 people behind him would catch up and he would be besieged by the 10 of them. Yi Xing said, "Sometimes it's not that there are no opportunities in life, but that you can't grasp them. Now the opportunity to mind our own business is gone." Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Xing's body. 3 types of worldly forces, in addition to the aura of arrow intent. Although Yi Xing was a 9-star venerable lord, the aura that erupted from him was even more powerful than a 3-star king. Chapter 795. Sima Ning and the other 4 were surprised. They did not expect a 9th-star venerable lord to have such a terrifying aura. However, this did not mean that they were afraid. When Yi Xing was able to enter the heavenly bow continent, they already knew that Yi Xing had the strength of one of the top 10 peaks in the outer sanctum. Although his aura was terrifying, he was only a 9-star venerable lord. In their opinion, Yi Xing should be at the bottom of the top 10. They were not afraid even if he was the first or second disciple of a peak. This was because Sima Ning was also the second disciple of a peak in the Radiant Shrine. His strength had reached the level of a late 4-star king. Among the other 5 people who were coming, there was also the first disciple of their peak. His strength was comparable to a peak 4-star king. With such a lineup, They could even kill the top disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Naturally, they did not care about a ninth star venerable lord like Yi Xing. Sima Ning grunted coldly and said, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Wei Yan, kill him! The late three-star king who said that he wanted to deal with Yi Xing laughed. His aura exploded and the surrounding void shook. Whoosh! Wei Yan had used the earth element astrology, and it was an extreme earth element astrology. The yellow earth element astrology fell on the golden mace in Wei Yan's hand. Boom! Wei Yan pulled out his mace, and with the force of 10,000 soldiers, he viciously struck at Yi Xing like a collapsing mountain. Yi Xing instantly activated his fiery astral aspect. Wind origin energy gathered around him, and with a whoosh, he shifted his position. His speed was as fast as lightning, allowing him to evade Wei Yan's attack. At the same time, Yi Xing pointed his finger and the astral arrow intent burst out. It contained the three forces of darkness, wind, and fire. It formed a black flame finger and shot out like an arrow. Yi Xing's body was fast enough, but the astral finger arrow was even faster. Wei Yan's strength was not at the peak of a three-star king. He was inferior to Sun Gang and Lu Li. His strength was in strength and defense, not speed. Facing Yi Xing's sudden counterattack, how could he dodge it? Whoosh! The black flame astral finger instantly shot towards Wei Yan's forehead. The defensive power that Wei Yan was so proud of was completely useless in front of the black flame astral finger that had the penetrative power of an arrow. Whoosh! Under Wei Yan's horrified gaze, the black flame astral finger pierced through his protective aura and into his forehead. Ah! Wei Yan let out a blood-curdling scream as blood instantly spurted out. The power contained in the black flame astral finger exploded in his head, creating a thumb-sized bloody hole. The inside of his head was completely shattered by the terrifying power, and his life force was rapidly draining away. Junior brother Wei. Sima Ning and the others were greatly shocked and hurriedly exclaimed. At this moment, all Wei Yan felt was a soul-piercing pain. He clutched his head with both hands and howled miserably. His body fell downwards, landing on the flat surface formed by the array formation. Very soon, Wei Yan could not even howl anymore. His entire body was convulsing, and it was obvious that he was about to die. Sima Ning and the others had never imagined that Yi Xing would be so dangerous. His reaction speed and the penetrative power of the black flame astral finger made it seem like he could take someone's life in the blink of an eye. Perhaps Yi Xing's strength did not exceed Sima Ning and the others' expectations, but Yi Xing's lethality was beyond their expectations. Lethality was not equal to strength. For example, Sima Ning was much stronger than Wei Yan, and the strength that Yi Xing had just displayed did not enter Sima Ning's eyes. However, if Sima Ning were to attack Wei Yan, it would be very difficult for him to kill him in one move. It was not that he did not have strength, but that his lethality was not enough. Save junior brother Wei. Sima Ning coldly shouted and immediately used his astrology. His strength erupted as he charged towards Yi Xing. Sima Ning's astrology was the saint-level ice viper astrology. This was an icy astrology that was covered in white snow. Above the astrology, there was a huge shadow of an ice viper that breathed in and out white mist. It was as if all the cold chi in the entire astrology was coming from this ice viper. The ice viper astrology was the pinnacle of water-type astrology. Just the extreme cold chi that leaked out of it was enough to make even a 4-star king feel troubled. Sima Ning wore a black level high-grade glove on his hand. His palm was like a blade as he chopped down towards Yi Xing. Frigid astral energy, frigid momentum, frigid astral energy, frigid astral energy. All kinds of energy converged and formed a huge ice blade. The ice blade carried extreme coldness and instantly froze everything within 100 miles. Everywhere was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Although Sima Ning's strength was not as strong as Shui Zi's, it was still very terrifying. Yi Xing could severely injure Wei Yan in one move, but it would be difficult for him to deal with Sima Ning's move. The cold qi froze everything within 100 miles. Yi Xing felt that the blood in his body seemed to be flowing slowly because of this cold qi. The extreme level of fire astrology could not dispel this cold qi at all. Under this freezing qi, Yi Xing could not use his speed at all, and could not dodge this attack. The power contained in the ice blade astral wind was not something that Yi Xing could contend with. Die! Sima Ning roared. With this palm strike, he wanted to end Yi Xinghuan's life with a single strike. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's forehead and turned into a huge starlight bow in the sky. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius astrology. The Sagittarius astrology that contained extreme penetrating power dropped down. The cold qi around Yi Xing was instantly cut into pieces. The extreme level of the Flame constellation could not do anything to the Ice Viper constellation's freezing qi, but the Sagittarius constellation was the highest constellation. How could the Ice Viper constellation be able to freeze it? Wherever the Sagittarius constellation's star power fell, the freezing qi would shatter. The ice seal was gone. Yi Xing could use his extreme speed to dodge Sima Ning's move. But Yi Xing did not. 10,000 fire thunder! The crimson flame bow appeared in Yi Xing's hands. The dark wind fire arrow technique was activated. Yi Xing used the most violent and tyrannical bow technique. Boom! A flaming bow shot out. The space in front of it shattered and the explosion was like thunder. The flaming bow collided with the ice blade astral wind. The terrifying collision produced a destructive shockwave that spread out in all directions. In the explosion, the ice blade astral wind collapsed layer by layer. The power of the flaming bow did not decrease. It continued to attack forward and destroyed all the ice blade astral wind in the sky. Sima Ning's expression turned into fear. He never expected that Yi Xing would have the highest level of astrology, the Sagittarius astrology. He also did not expect that Yi Xing's strength would be so strong, far surpassing his own. Even his peak's #1 disciple, Wu Qingkong, could not compare. 10,000 fire thunder! The power of the flaming bow had not dissipated. Yi Xing waved the crimson flame bow in his hands. Chapter 798. Yi Xing looked at him and said, Yi Xing, how should I address you? Pang Zhan sneered and said, Remember, the person who will kill you is the #1 outer disciple of the Radiance Temple, Pang Zhan. Pang Zhan raised his hand, and the saber on his back flew into his hand. It shone brightly, and a terrifying saber aura burst out. The saber aura was domineering and extremely sharp. It contained saber intent. Yi Xing's aura also burst out, and the arrow intense penetrative power spread in all directions. However, the other party's aura was too powerful. The saber intense aura could cut through everything. Yi Xing's aura couldn't get close to Pang Zhan at all. Instead, the saber aura made Yi Xing feel a heavy pressure. This was the first time Yi Xing had lost to a 3-star king in terms of aura. You're only a 9-star supremacy, but you've comprehended arrow intent. You're indeed not simple. However, you're far from being Sima Ning's match. What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out. Pang Zhan shouted and slashed with his saber. Deadly saber slash. The saber slashed down, and there was no sign of life. This move, Deadly Saber Slash, was filled with killing intent. It was a saber technique that could kill people. Not only was Pang Zhan's saber sharp, but it was also very heavy and contained a terrifying power. This saber contained 2 kinds of worldly auras, the metal and earth auras. Moreover, these 2 worldly auras had reached the peak of greater mastery. They were only a little bit away from perfection. Although Pang Zhan's cultivation wasn't the highest among the 3-star kings, the strength of his astral energy was the strongest among all the 3-star kings Yi Xing had met. His mastery of high-grade mystic-class cultivation techniques surpassed any 3-star king that Yi Xing had met. Even though Pang Zhan hadn't used his astrology yet, the power of his saber wasn't inferior to most 4-star kings. Sima Ning's full-strength attack wasn't as terrifying as Pang Zhan's. Yi Xing sensed that if he only used the fire astrology, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber. Whoosh! Starlight shot out from Yi Xing's forehead and transformed into a huge starlight bow. Yi Xing was using the Sagittarius constellation. 10,000 flames and thunder. The crimson flame bow appeared in his hand, and he swung out a violent and tyrannical flaming bow shadow. Boom! The flaming bow shadow collided with the astral saber. Shockwaves surged into the sky, and a destructive shockwave spread out in an instant. Pang Zhan didn't move, but the astral saber shattered. Although Sima Ning had died at Yi Xing's hands and Pang Zhan had expected that Yi Xing would be able to block his saber strike, he was still shocked to see a 9th-star venerable lord erupt with such heaven-defying strength. Especially when Yi Xing actually possessed the legendary Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect, which shocked Pang Zhan even more. The other 9 3-star peak kings were no exception. They looked at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky with disbelief in their eyes. Yi Xing's figure instantly flew backwards. It wasn't because he couldn't withstand the impact, but because he took the initiative to use the force to retreat. Yi Xing's speed was already extremely fast. With the arrow intent attached to his body, he borrowed the force to retreat and instantly covered 100 miles. At the same time, Yi Xing pulled back the crimson flame bow, and a black flame arrow gradually formed. Yi Xing circulated the black flame wind fire art. He had killed Xuezi and Sima Ning in this state before. Although Pang Zhan was stronger, Yi Xing was forced to use all his strength to kill him. Pang Zhan felt the extreme penetrative power from the black flame arrow, which made him very unhappy. Slash! Pang Zhan shouted loudly, and a ray of starlight shot out from his forehead. As he circulated his astrology, he rushed towards Yi Xing and slashed out with his saber. Starlight blossomed in the sky, turning into a strange astrological aspect. Most astrological aspects were circular, but Pang Zhan's astrological aspect was long, and its shape was like an ancient large saber. Yi Xing had only seen 2 types of astrological aspects that weren't circular: his own Sagittarius constellation and Wei Qingxuan's Virgo constellation. The rest, even the black hole astrological aspects, were circular. Moreover, even the Sagittarius constellation and Virgo constellation were formed by many small stars, and the small stars were all circular. The ancient saber-like astrological aspect above Pang Zhan was not formed by many small stars, but a complete whole. Therefore, it could be excluded from the constellation astrological aspect. The star power of this astrological aspect was surging and sharp, and its strength far surpassed the extreme-grade astrological aspects. Yi Xing recognized that this was the saint-grade astrological aspect, the heavenly saber astrological aspect. Among the weapon-type astrological aspects, only the Sagittarius constellation was the supreme astrological aspect. The other weapon astrological aspects were all saint-grade astrological aspect. For example, the heavenly saber astrological aspect, heavenly saber astrological aspect, heavenly spear astrological aspect, heavenly bow astrological aspect, and so on. Compared to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which were all similar astrological aspects, weapon-type astrological aspects were more powerful and lethal. Martial artists who had the heavenly saber astrological aspect were born to be peerless swordsmen. Just like the combination of the Sagittarius constellation and the arrow intent, the combination of the heavenly saber astrological aspect and the saber intent would similarly increase the power. Of course, the heavenly saber astrological aspect and the heavenly bow astrological aspect were of the same grade. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation, it was still a grade lower. If the two of them were of the same cultivation level, Yi Xing could easily crush his opponent with the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect. However, the difference in cultivation level between the two of them was huge. Yi Xing relied on the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect to increase his strength to a level where he could fight with Pang Zhan. Pang Zhan, on the other hand, used the heavenly saber astrological aspect to increase his strength by a large level. Only a 5-star king could compete with him. Rip! Pang Zhan's saber slashed out, and the sky was like a piece of cloth being torn apart. He became one with his saber and traveled through the torn space at extreme speed. His speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. The distance between the two of them was more than 200 miles. Even if Pang Zhan's speed was as fast as teleportation, he would still need about a breath's time to reach Yi Xing. At this moment, the black flame arrow on the crimson flame bow had already formed. Whoosh! The arrow intent left the bow, and all of Yi Xing's power was contained in this arrow. Extreme penetrative power, extreme speed, and extreme power. This arrow was enough to kill an invincible 4-star king. Even a 5-star king wouldn't dare to underestimate it. However, Pang Zhan's strength wasn't at the level of a normal 5-star king. Facing this arrow, Pang Zhan didn't dodge. His aura was like a rainbow, and his saber aura became brighter and brighter. The space created by the embryonic form of the beam of space was viscous. Under the sharp saber intent, the effect was close to zero. Wherever the saber aura passed, not to mention space, even mountains and the ground would instantly crack open. There was a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to kill gods and Buddhas in their way. The two's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than half a blink of an eye, the saber aura and the black flame finger aura had collided. Bang! The black flame arrow that had always been successful was instantly split into two. It was actually split in half by Pang Zhan's saber. Now, the saber aura shattered the void, and its power was like a rainbow. It instantly slashed towards Yi Xing. Chapter 799. Hiss! Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Although that sharp blade aura had yet to land on his body, he already felt as if the blade was about to touch him. After becoming a disciple of the Dark Star God Palace, this was the first time Yi Xing had met such a powerful opponent. Pang Zhan's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Xuezi was a peak existence amongst the 4-star kings. If it weren't for Yi Xing, she would have been the #1 outer disciple of the Dark Star God Palace. However, Xuezi's strength was on a completely different level compared to Pang Zhan's. No matter how strong the former was amongst the 4-star kings, she was still a 4-star king, while the latter was a 5-star king. This was a huge difference. Because of this, Yi Xing could use the Sagittarius constellation to kill Xuezi, but he couldn't do anything to Pang Zhan. Instead, he had instantly fallen into a life-and-death situation. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's mental energy reached the limit. The super brain activated, and everything seemed to slow down. The crimson flame bow instantly drew out a dark whirlpool. At the same time, Yi Xing's arrow intent was activated to the limit. He even used the azure cloud wings and the 9 heavens astral travel technique. He used all his strength to increase his speed to the limit. The power of this blade was too terrifying. It could cut through everything. The dark whirlpool couldn't destroy this blade at all. In an instant, the dark whirlpool was split into two by the blade aura. At this moment, Yi Xing's body and the blade aura flashed at the same time, moving in the same direction at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The blade aura moved forward while Yi Xing retreated. In the end, the blade aura moved forward for dozens of miles, while Yi Xing retreated more than 100 miles. The blade aura stopped and Pang Zhan's figure appeared. He glanced at the tip of the blade, and a few drops of blood dripped down like pearls. It was Yi Xing's blood. That blade aura had hit Yi Xing. More than 100 miles away, Yi Xing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a thin crack on his inner armor, and blood was flowing out. That slash of Pang Zhan's was indeed too terrifying. Even the high-grade black rank protective inner armor had a crack cut open. With Yi Xing's vitality, this wound was nothing. The real injury was that the other party's saber energy had invaded his body and destroyed his internal organs. His opponent's saber energy contained saber intent, which was extremely destructive. Yi Xing was severely injured and his face turned pale. He quickly consumed a healing pill. Hee. Pang Zhan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "A genius who possesses a supreme astrology, this is a heaven-defying monster that only exists in legends. Yi Xing, you are indeed a peerless genius, but unfortunately you will die under my blade, ha-ha." As he laughed, Pang Zhan's saber tore through the void, and another terrifying slash came at Yi Xing. He did not give Yi Xing any time to catch his breath. Healing pills required a certain amount of time, and Pang Zhan would not give Yi Xing time to heal. Yi Xing's super brain scanned and paid attention to Pang Zhan. He was aware of Pang Zhan's every move. The moment Pang Zhan slashed, Yi Xing had already dodged to the side. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot into the sky, and the surroundings turned into endless darkness. A huge black hole vortex appeared in the sky. Yi Xing used the black hole astrology. As Yi Xing's cultivation base grew higher and stronger, the world of darkness formed by the black hole astrological aspect grew wider and wider. In an instant, Pang Zhan fell into darkness. The moment before he fell into darkness, he saw Yi Xing dodging. He was about to adjust his direction and attack the dodging Yi Xing. However, the sudden darkness caused him to lose sight of Yi Xing. Moreover, everyone had an instinctive fear of darkness. If there was nothing in front of them and nothing was known, no one would dare to move forward boldly. Pang Zhan also had this feeling, and his attacks were greatly reduced. What astrology is this? Looking at the only visible black vortex, Pang Zhan was shocked. Although the ultimate astrological form was a legend, every ultimate astrological form had a name. However, Pang Zhan didn't know what kind of astrological form this dark vortex was. While Pang Zhan was shocked, an extremely penetrating aura locked onto him, causing his heart to tighten. He knew that Yi Xing was aiming at him in the dark, but he did not know where Yi Xing was. Without knowing Yi Xing's location, he could not attack randomly. Pang Zhan knew that this would only give the other party an opportunity to find him. Whoosh! Another beam of starlight shot out from between Pang Zhan's brows, forming an earthy yellow astrology in the sky. It was an extreme earth astrology. Pang Zhan had two astrology. One was the saint-level Heaven Blade astrology, and the other was an extreme earth astrology. The Heaven Blade astrology focused on offense, while the earth astrology focused on defense. Pang Zhan rarely used his earth astrology, because when facing opponents, he only attacked and rarely defended. Most of his opponents died when he attacked, so he did not need to defend. However, this time, he did not even know where Yi Xing was, so he could only defend. The earth astrology poured down surging earth astral energy, forming a protective shield in all directions. Pang Zhan also put away his blade and got into a defensive posture, using his blade to protect his body. Pang Zhan had always felt that extremely penetrating aura locking onto him, but Yi Xing did not make a move. He knew that Yi Xing must be using the time to recover from his injuries, so he waited patiently, focusing on defense and staying alert. After a dozen breaths, there was a sudden sonic boom. Pang Zhan's heart tightened and his eyes shone brightly. He was extremely alert. Almost at the same time as the sonic boom, there was a blood-curdling scream. Pang Zhan was not attacked, but he looked horrified. Yi Xing did not attack him. Instead, he attacked his other 9 teammates. Yi Xing's action was beyond Pang Zhan's expectations, and it was exactly what Pang Zhan did not want to see. That blood-curdling scream was short and mournful. The person who was hit by the arrow had clearly died. Senior brother Pang Zhan. In the darkness, the voices of the other Brilliance Temple disciples were heard, their voices filled with terror. Soon, there was a second scream, and another Brilliance Temple disciple died. Yi Xing. Pang Zhan was furious. "Come at me if you have anything." Yi Xing's reply came from the darkness. "Don't worry, it will be your turn. I'll take care of these hindrances first." Yi Xing used the grand momentum of darkness. The grand completion of the grand momentum of darkness allowed him to become one with the darkness. In the world of darkness, he moved stealthily without a trace. The sound came from different places. Pang Zhan was unable to determine Yi Xing's location based on the sound. At this moment, Pang Zhan's expression really changed. He was somewhat frightened. He realized that he could not do anything to Yi Xing, but Yi Xing could kill them one by one. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.